Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 89th annual meeting of the International Pacific Halibut Commission. Welcome all of you to what was foggy Victoria. It looks a bit better now. Some of us, I'm sure some of you had trouble and challenges getting here. And as you can see, in fact, 2 of our U.S. commissioners have not been physically able to get here. Jim will say more about them in a minute, but as you heard, they're online, so we do have a quorum. Again, welcome to everyone. My name is Michael Pearson. I'm Director General responsible for international issues at the Department of Fisheries and Oceans in Ottawa, and the chair of this week's session. I have my colleague Jim Balsinger here as Vice Chair and Head of the U.S. delegation. He'll say a few more words in a minute, and I'll introduce my Canadian colleagues as well in a couple of minutes. We've got a good turnout today, which is great to see, and I think we have a very valuable and important week ahead of us. I'd like to say from the Canadian side that the International Pacific Halibut Commission is not the most important thing happening this week. It's the return of the National Hockey League. But we are fitting in this when we don't in front of the TV. And on the U.S. side, a much more important moment today, the inauguration of the President for his second term. I remember Jim telling me last year that the Pacific Halibut Commission always met on the week that the State of the Union address was on. So you always hit and miss, Jim, right, whether you could have a chance to watch that. Is it going to be this week as well? The address was this morning. The inauguration was this morning, inaugural address, but I don't know if State of Union was in off years like last year. In any case, welcome to the returning U.S. President. Oh, no, I'll let you talk about that, Jim. I talk about Canadian politics. No, I won't talk about Canadian politics. I'm an official. Sorry. This is going to be an important year, as I said, for this organization. We've gone through a number of different and important changes in the last year. As many of you know, if not most of you, we've gone through a new stock assessment process, and we'll hear more about that this afternoon. And there are some very important and significant aspects to the work that's been done on the stock assessment this year. And we look forward, I think, to being able to consider carefully the analysis that has been going to be provided to us, and in particular some of the means by which we're going to be considering decisions such as on issues like catch limits. I think it's very important that this fishery is taking on what some other fisheries are doing, and is a pattern now of being able to have decision-making done on the basis of a range of scientifically developed options for issues such as catch limits. And I'm looking forward to a very good discussion on that approach this week. The Commission's also gone through, since our last meeting a year ago in Anchorage, a performance review, a report that's been issued, and a number of recommendations made, and a number of comments that have been made by many of you and others with respect to those recommendations. We're looking forward this week to being able to take the next step with respect to the implementation of the recommendations that were provided. So that's an important development as well. Some of the things that you'll see this afternoon that I think have struck me in particular in the analysis are the record number of weight per unit effort that we see in certain regulatory areas. I think many of you, particularly in the fishing community, that have seen decisions made regarding cuts and catch limits over the last few years, as much as 50% in the last 5 years, hope to see or looking to see some of the benefits that are recorded as a result of that reduction in limits. We'll hear more about that this afternoon and through the week, but it was certainly something that struck me. There are a couple of other issues that I think are going to be very important to discuss this week in the context of that, including on the program of the Commission on Research, scientific research and otherwise. We have, like everybody else, always ongoing issues with respect to making sure we manage our budget properly, and we are able to keep the organization in the black in the future. Finally, we have changes partly as a result of the performance review. We have tried to make this meeting and this organization more generally more open, more transparent, better on communications. It's an ongoing effort. It's an experiment. This week in some ways will be an experiment, so we're not only going to have this session made available by webinar, we're going to have all the administrative sessions this week done that way. In addition, we're going to have opportunities for people to be able to speak at the microphone, not just today, but during the week as well. And very much encourage any and all of you who have an interest in wanting to comment, provide advice, insight, share your experiences with us as commissioners, all of us in the room, to take advantage of that opportunity, not just this afternoon, but throughout this week. Before I turn it to Jim, I want to introduce my colleagues from Canada, both new commissioners, but not new to the issues. On my immediate right, Paul Ryle, who works in the regional offices of Fisheries and Oceans. And to his right, Dave Boyes, commercial fisherman, halibut fisherman for many years. Very much appreciate and going to enjoy working with Paul and Dave. And I know, I'm sure that Jim would agree too, who's already had an opportunity, Jim and Ralph and Philip, to, I think the six of us have already spent quite a bit of time together, and look forward to another productive week amongst the six of us this week. So I'll turn to Jim now to make a few introductory comments as the Vice Chair and introduce his colleagues, and then we'll turn it to Bruce on a few logistical questions before we get started with the presentations. Jim.
Thank you. I want to add my welcome as well to this, I think it's 89th annual meeting of the Halibut Commission. It's great to come to Victoria. It's great to go to Vancouver as well, but Victoria is kind of special with friendly people. It's a historical place, and it's a fabulous place to have a meeting, so thanks to the host for setting that up. Thanks also to the people that took the time to come here, and for the people that are participating on the web. We do have 3 U.S. commissioners. Unfortunately, Ralph Horde last week went cross-country skiing and broke a rib, which has him resting not all that comfortably in a bed, so he's going to participate in by phone, and his prognosis is excellent, but not to get here this week, so we'll miss Ralph's presence, but he will be participating. Philip Lestenkoff, as you know, lives on an island. It's far from civilization. Well, that's wrong. It's a civilized island. He lives in a difficult place to travel to and from, and I think they have not had flights out off of St. Paul since last Thursday now. He's waiting in St. Paul, trying to catch a plane. If it works out, he might be here tomorrow, maybe not till Wednesday, but we'll keep track of him. He's also, if he's not flying, we'll be on the phone and we'll be participating, so we have his advice as well. So thanks to them. It's hard for us to deal without them here, but it's even harder for them to participate from a distance. They can't get the chairman's attention easily, and so we appreciate the extra effort they're putting in. So the Halibut Commission's had quite a long history. I mentioned it's 89 years, I think. And for the part that I've been around, we've done things pretty much the same way, fairly successfully. So this is kind of a switch in the way we do business at this particular meeting as a result of the performance review that we went through. We're trying to modernize it, use the best practices that other fish commissions, international management groups have used, and those best practices largely revolve around better ways to get the advice of the people that use the resource. So that's what we're trying to do. There's 30-some recommendations that came out of the performance review, and probably you couldn't say they're exactly all around getting better input from the public, but the large important ones are. So that's what we're going to be trying to do this meeting, is to move into that way of doing business in the public eye, trying to execute the responsibilities we have. We spent a lot of time, as Mike said already, thinking about how this would work, but it's a lot different. So we may have some little stumbles along the line, but we'll fix it, and we'll get through this meeting, and I look forward to a very successful meeting. The other aspect, I guess, of this meeting that's difficult, or maybe it's not, maybe it's great, but we've come to grips with the retrospective problem in the stock assessment. Everybody in this room knows what the retrospective problem is, and there's probably only a couple hundred people in the world that know what it is, so it's pretty interesting to me that we spent so much time on it, that everyone has a good feeling for what it means here. And it's not something that's easy to explain, but I do believe we have it behind us, and so it's a kind of a reference point. It's a new baseline for the Halibut Commission, and it isn't all wonderful news. We have less optimism in our expected recruitment over the next few years, but nonetheless we do think that we've understood and come to grips with where the stock is. So those are 2 points. We're doing things different, a more transparent process, and I believe that we've come to grips with where the stock is and why we've had this retrospective problem. So I'm excited about the meeting. Again, thanks to the Canadians for hosting it. I look forward to a productive time. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jim. Just before I hand it to Bruce, I do want to recognize a number of former Canadian commissioners that are in the room with us, and welcome to them all. Gary Robinson, who I learned how to be a commissioner with last year. It's nice to see Gary here. Gary Williamson, Dick Beamish, who I've lived through other lives with and other realities, and it's great to see Dick here. Don McLeod, continued active member in our delegation, and Larry Johnson. If there's any Canadians I've missed, please raise your hand now. I don't think there's any former U.S. commissioners. Jim, is there? Jim was wondering. Oh, you want to recognize him?
Clem Tillian, former U.S. commissioner, is here. Thanks, Clem.
If you want to come up to the table, Clem, there's a couple of empty seats here. Bruce, over to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dick Beamish has actually lived through other lives as well. So. As both Michael and Jim are pointing out, there's a little bit of an experiment going on this year in terms of how we're going to be doing the meetings and both in broadcasting and receiving input from the public on this. We are webinaring all of the sessions, including our admin sessions. There will be at the end of each major section, our admin meetings, there will be an opportunity for the public to ask questions, both through the webinar and in person. If we're doing one of our admin sessions, we would ask people to come up to the corner of the table. There'll be a microphone there, and we can have input that way. There will be a time limit on how much time will be devoted to that, but we think it will be adequate for that. But we work our way through it and try to figure out the best way to get this done. Again, this is a little bit of an experiment. But we think it's the right direction to be going, and we hope that it works out well. Just another item that we haven't really talked about in our admin session on this before, but I wanted to announce the winner of this year's IPHC Merit Scholarship. As most of you know, the Commission awards a merit scholarship each year. The goal is to have 4 operating concurrently. The committee met again this year in the summertime, and I'd like to announce that the 2012 Merit Scholarship winner is Mr. Jamie Nightingale of Delta, BC, son of Jim Nightingale, who most of you know in the Canadian delegation. They've been involved in the harvesting and halibut sector for many, many years. Jamie has received a fairly wide variety of academic honors in both high school and junior college. He's an outstanding scholar. He's right now enrolled at Langara Community College in Vancouver studying mathematics and physics, where he is currently maintaining a GPA above 4.0, which is a truly remarkable achievement. He intends to transfer to a physics major at University of British Columbia in 2013. He was not able to be with us this year because of his class schedule, but I would like to read out a letter that Jamie sent us. To the Commission, I'm honored to have received the Merit Scholarship from the International Pacific Halibut Commission. This scholarship is generous, and I'm very grateful to the Scholarship Committee for selecting me as the recipient for 2013. This scholarship provides significant financial support. I've used the funds to pay for the next semester at Langara College while I'll be studying this spring. The money will be especially useful in covering the cost of textbooks for my courses, which are quite expensive. I'm currently taking a mixture of math and science courses with the goal of transferring to university either in the University of British Columbia or Simon Fraser University in September 2013. I'm thankful for this scholarship, and I would like to extend my thanks to your entire organization. I'm determined to make the most of this generous award. Please note that I won't be attending because of my class conflicts, but I apologize for this, and thank you again for the scholarship. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I suggest we move into our presentations for this afternoon.
Good. So first up, I have to say, by the way, I could never understand how someone could have a GPA of more than, what is more than 100%, I guess, percentage-wise, until my eldest daughter told me one day that it was possible because she did it. So I'm proud to say I'm a father of somebody who has more than 4.0, although I still don't have no idea how you do that. Yes, so who's up first? It's Heather and Greg?
Mr. Chairman, if you folks would like to take a seat in the front row there to get a better view for you, and Heather Gilroy will run through the fishery for 2012.
Along with everything else new, we have fancy new microphones, so hopefully you can hear me. All right, this afternoon I'll be going over the Pacific halibut fishery from 2012. And first of all, I'll be looking at all the removals. The numbers here I'm presenting are preliminary. All of the weights will be net weight. Particularly the commercial numbers were developed in November so that they could be used in stock assessment. A couple of the sport numbers have been updated since that time because we didn't have numbers at the time when we came up with the numbers in November. One of our goals is to get accurate recording of all the removals, and this is either by scale weight or scientifically based estimates, and we're always working with other agencies to improve our estimates. Here's a graph that shows total removals from 1962, and 1962 was the first year we had bycatch accounting. And as you can see, the total removals in the late 1970s were around the 40 million level. Then between 1989 and 2007, we moved up at the 90 million pound level, and we've been decreasing for the last 8 years. 2011, the total removals were about 60 million pounds, and in 2012, they were 51.3 million pounds. This shows you the total removals by the five removals. The first one's a commercial fishery. This last year it was 31 million pounds or 61%. Bycatch was 9.9 million pounds and sport catch was 6.9 million pounds or 13%. Each of these I'll be talking about in more detail. Wastage was 1.6 million pounds, represented 4%. And wastage is the loss of halibut from the commercial industry. It's the loss of halibut from lost or abandoned gear, as well as the halibut that die, the undersized or U32 fish that die. Personal use is the subsistence fisheries along the coast. That would be the tribal subsistence fishery in Washington, the food, ceremonial, and subsistence fishery in BC, and the subsistence fishery in Alaska. And it's about 2% of the total removals, or 1.1 million pounds. And lastly, IPHC research, that's from our stock assessment surveys. I'll just give you a little update on the allocations programs around the coast, recognizing that the Commission doesn't do allocations. That's done by the U.S. and Canadian governments. These are done to the individual, which would be their quota share fisheries in BC and Alaska, as well as between user groups and within management areas. First of all, there's the one in Area 2A, and this is an allocation program by the Pacific Fisheries Management Council. It is between the sport, commercial, and tribal fisheries. There's a catch sharing plan that divides the total catch the Commission sets in between these three user groups. And in 2012, the catch was 2.5% over the total catch limit, which was 0.989 million pounds. In British Columbia, for the 9th year, there's an allocation program between the sport and commercial fishers. In 2011, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans reviewed the program and came up with a new allocation for 2012, where the sport fishery got 15% of the total and the commercial fishery got 85%. In addition to those total allocations, there are adjustments made, and this is from the commercial underage and overage program. Some quota is held for First Nations, and there's a leasing program between the sport and commercial fishery, which I'll talk about once I get to the sport fishery. The total catch in the end is about 1% under the catch limit, and the catch limit was 7,038,000 pounds. The last allocation program is up in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, and it's the catch sharing plan that's developed by the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. It is a catch sharing plan that divides the catch between 4C, 4D, and 4E, 4C, D, and E. And there are regulations that allow 4C to be caught in 4D or C, and 4E, D to be caught in E. And so when you're looking at the tables, you'll notice that the catch in 4C is quite a bit under the catch limit, and it's quite a bit over in 4E and 4D, and that's because that's allowed by regulation. The total catch was 7% under the combined catch limit. I'll move on and talk about the commercial fisheries. I'll start in the south in area 2A, and there are 4 commercial fisheries. The first one is a directed fishery, and it happens south of Point Chehalis, Washington. We set up 10-hour fishing periods. They're 2 weeks apart, and this last year we had 2 fishing periods. Generally, they're anywhere from 2 to 6, and the catch in the end was 3% over the catch limit. The next fishery is an incidental halibut fishing during the salmon troll season, and this was the goal of this program is to catch the fish between May and June, although in some years it's gone all the way till October. This year the fishery closed on July 3rd. The ratio is 1 halibut to 4 Chinook, an extra fish, and a maximum trip limit of 20. So it was more restrictive than last year, where it was 1 halibut to 3 Chinook, a maximum of 35 fish per trip. And we were over by 5,000 pounds or 15%, and this was because there are 4 agencies that work together to discuss the catch and close the fishery, and it was just kind of a perfect storm. It was over a long weekend, and one of the agencies had some phone computer infrastructure problems, so we were over it by 15%. The next commercial fishery is the incidental halibut fishery during the sablefish fishery, and this takes place north of Point Chehalis. This fishery happens depending on the total catch the Commission sets. So the last time this fishery occurred was 2009. And in 2012, the ratio was 50 pounds of halibut to 1,000 pounds of sablefish, plus 2 extra halibut. And the catch, the total catch for the area is 4,400 pounds, substantially under the catch limit, 75% under the catch limit. The last commercial fishery in the area is the tribal fishery, and the season went fairly quickly this year. They had an open access and a restricted fishery, and the restricted fishery has a vessel trip limit of 500 pounds. They had an opening in early March. They tallied the catch, and then they had a open on May 1st, which was a 13-hour fishery, and in that 13 hours they caught 133,000 pounds, which brought them 10% over the catch limit. Just to remind some of the Alaskans that in Canada there's an integrated fisheries management program. This program was implemented in 2006, and this is where all fish have quota shares. They can be transferred between vessel and person, and there's 100% at-sea monitoring at sea and on the dock. In addition, there's electronic monitoring, and this is to verify the logbook data that the fishermen record. Looking at the total catch by by regulatory area, we're generally anywhere from right at the catch limit to 4 to 6% over or under the limit in the major areas 2C, 2B, 3A, and 3B. This year we were 2% under in all of those areas. And as you can see, we were a little bit not as close in 2012 compared to 2011, except for 3B, we were closer to the catch limit. This is in the Aleutian Islands, Bering Sea areas. Area 4A, we were 2% under the catch limit. 4B, we were 10% under, where we were 7% the year before. Although this area there, we can be quite a bit under. The previous, in 2010, we were 17% under. And as I mentioned, for C, D, and E, we look at it as one area, and we were 7% under. For all of Alaska, the catch was 3% under the catch limit. Moving on, this graphic just shows you the opening date since the initial implementation of the quota share fishery in Alaska. And the opening dates have ranged from February 28th to March 21st. This past year, the fishery opened on March 17th. The closing date has generally been November 15th. Twice it closed on November 18th, and this past year it closed on November 7th. The processors like the opening earlier because there's less interest in fish, at least on the U.S. side, as you get later into November. I'll move up I'll start talking about the sport fishery now. And the preliminary estimate for the sport fishery was 6.9 million pounds. This is a 2% decrease from last year. And the high was around 10 million pounds between 2008 and goes back 2004 to 2008. The one thing I should mention, there was another allocation in the sport fishery, and this is an allocation set by the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. It is a guideline harvest level for the guided sport fishery in southeast Alaska, so in Area 2C and Area 3A. And I'll talk about those once I get to those areas. This shows you a graphic of the sport seasons, and I've divided it by 2A, 2B, and Alaska. With the catch shearing plan, there is restrictions in the sport fishery where the fishery opens on May 1st and closes on October 31st. And it's hatched because it's not open every day. There's seasons, different days a week that the fishery opens. And in the Commission's regulations sets the sport fishery as February 1 to December 31st for 2B and Alaska, and the governments can be more restrictive. And in BC, you can see that the government was more restrictive in 2011 and 2012, where the fishery opened on March 1st. And in all 3 years here, the fishery closed earlier than the December 31st date. In 2010, it closed on October 18th, and it closed in early September in 2011 and 12. And there were no further restrictions to the sport fishing seasons in Alaska. Looking at the sport fishery for Area 2A, the catch shearing plan divides the area into 6 sub-areas, and there are in 4 of the sub-areas there's in-season management. They set spring and fall fishing openings. They changed the number of days that are open in a week, and they also have week closures. There are two areas that don't have in-season management, and those the daily catch limits and the fishing seasons are set at the beginning of the year. This year the fishery proceeded pretty normally. A lot of this fishery is dependent on what's going on with the other species. And the one thing that in 2011 there was a success in the most southern area, which is southern Oregon, northern California. There was they had a good success of sport fishing there, and we're not sure that actually happened this year. But the total catch was very close to the allocation. It was just 1% under. Talking about the sport fishery in Area 2B, or British Columbia, some of the programs that were put into place, there was an experimental leasing program, and this was for the 2nd year. It allowed the sport harvesters to lease commercial shares. They had to get an experimental license that was web-based, and it was a market-based system where there needed to be a a buyer and a seller. And in 2012, 59 licenses were issued. 2,000 pounds were leased from the commercial fishery to the sport fishery. And at this point, we don't have the final numbers of the take, but they were allowed, with this experimental license, they are allowed to fish past the regular sport halibut season. To manage the sport fishery within the allocation, some other things were put in place by Department of Fisheries and Oceans. As I mentioned, it opened on March 1st with a 1 fish daily bag limit and a 2 fish possession limit. Additional restrictions occurred on April 1st. For the possession limit, the second fish had to be greater than 83 inches. And where did they end up with the catch versus the allocation? The set allocation at the beginning of the year was 1,085,000 pounds, and the catch was 1.144 million pounds. So the catch exceeded the allocation by 5.5%, and this is closer than it had been. The previous 2 years, it was closer to 28% over. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans manages this fishery, and the estimation is by vessel counts, krill sampling, overflights, and lodge logbooks. There is some self-reporting with the lodge logbooks, and not all of the coast has krill sampling. Moving up to Alaska, we've got the final 2011 Alaska estimate at 7.1 million pounds. Their projected estimate for 2012 is 5.4 million pounds. And ADF&G provides these numbers to us. Their estimate program is different for charter versus the private sector. In the charter, there is a mandatory logbook, and in the private sector, there's a statewide harvest survey. They have krill sampling on the coast to get them the average weights. And the regulations for the sport fishery in Southeast Alaska, I'll talk about the guided and the private separately because there were different regulations. The guided fishery, as I mentioned, it's managed to a GHL. And to do this, they had a 1 fish bag limit. And last year, the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council recommended to the Commission a regulation of a size restriction, which was the fish needed to be less than 45 inches or greater than 68 inches, and this was accepted. There are no skipper or crew fish. In Southeast, there are line limits. And in the end, the average weight increased and the number of fish increased in this fishery. The unguided fishery, there are no additional restrictions. The bag limit was 2. There were no line limits, and the average weight and the number of fish increased in both in the unguided and the guided fishery, which brought a 30% increase in total pounds for Southeast over 2011, but it was still under the 2010 number. In areas 3 and 4, in area 3A, there is still a guided harvest level for the guided fishery, but there were no additional restrictions. They had a 2 fish bag limit with no size restrictions. The one change was in 2012 there was no limit on skipper and crew fish. And what we saw was a decrease in the average weight in both sectors, a decrease in the number in the guided, and an increase in the number of fish in the unguided. And the net result was that there was 11% decrease in harvest over last year. In areas 3A and 3B, the ports are remote, so there aren't very much sport activity going on. The catch was slightly lower than 2011, and this last year we had our port samplers in Dutch Harbor and Sandpoint walking the docks to see if they could find any charter fishermen to get some data, and we'll be continuing that program with ADF&G next year. It was just a pilot this year. Looking at the catch versus the GHL, the GHL's been in place for 10 years. The first 8 years of the program in Southeast, the catch was over the GHL. As you can see, in 2009, they put a bag limit in, 1 fish bag limit, and then in 2011, the size restrictions came into place. The 2012 catch was 0.6 million pounds, where the GHL was 0.931 million pounds. So they're still working on methods to determine what to use for size limits. The GHL and the harvest for Area 3A the GHL does change with halibut abundance. So in 2012, the GHL was lowered to 3.1 million pounds, and the harvest was 2.4 million pounds, but there were no restrictions. That was what was taken. The last removal I'll talk about is bycatch mortality, and bycatch mortality is the loss of halibut from the other fisheries, the non-directed commercial fisheries. And the 2012 estimate is 9.9 million pounds. Similar to 2011, they were both been under 10 million. We saw the peak in 1992 of 20 million. It came down in the late 1990s to 12 to 14 million. One action by the Pacific Fisheries Management Council, they implemented an individual bycatch quota program in 2011, and we've just got the results of that program. And what we saw was a decrease in halibut bycatch by 70%. So in 2011, the final estimate for halibut bycatch was 0.1 million pounds. There is a program that's being implemented in 2013 by the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. Well, it's being implemented by NIMS, but the program was designed by the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. It was a restructuring, or is a restructuring, of the Observer program. It started January 1st this year. And so the halibut fleet will come under the partial coverage. The NIMS will be deploying observers on vessels. All vessels will pay for it by a fee, which will be on their ex-vessel price. And there'll be three categories for the IFQ fishery. There'll be a trip selection, a vessel selection, and then the vessels under 40 at the beginning, under 40 feet at the beginning of the program will not be selected. And the last thing I'm going to talk about is the actions that have taken place in this last year by the Halibut Commission. The first one is we had a 2-day workshop in April, and this was a joint workshop by the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. There was a panel of experts, and the public participated to look at bycatch mortality, this change in size of halibut harvest strategies, and the report is on the IPHC webpage. The other thing the staff was asked to look at the last annual meeting is to revise the estimate of bycatch mortality in the sport fisheries, or the state fisheries in Alaska. And so this has been started. We don't have the estimates yet, but we're looking at new estimates for the beam trawl fisheries in Alaska, the state-managed sablefish fisheries, and the shrimp and crab pot fisheries that are all state-managed. And the last thing, just to note that the Commission has 2 project teams. They have a bycatch project team, which involves the commissioners, and a work group, which is staff, different agency staffs. They continued to work on this in 2011 and 2012. At the end, a comprehensive report will be made available to the public, but I think on Wednesday a report will be given to the commissioners in the administrative session as well. I think the reports will be given to the conference board and PAG. And that's it for total removals.
Thank you, Heather. Just a couple of things, one minor and one more important. The minor item is just a comment on logistics for this session. We'll ask you to hold your questions the same way we have in most years, and we'll have a question period at the end of all the presentations. There will be a break after the stock assessment presentation. The other item of greater import that we forgot to mention originally is that we're not joined this year by Bob Alverson, a longtime co-chair in the U.S. section of the conference board. Bob's dad, Dr. Dayton Lee Alverson, passed away just recently, and Bob can't join us here. His father, Lee Alverson, was one of the true pioneers in fisheries science and fisheries management in the Northeast Pacific, particularly with regard to groundfish. So certainly from the Halibut Commission staff, and I think all of us in the Halibut family, our deepest sympathies go out to Bob and his family. So the next presentation is going to be by Dr. Steve Martell, who's one of our new staffers. Dr. Martell came to us from University of British Columbia, where he was a Canada Research Chair in Fisheries. He has very extensive worldwide experience in analyzing fisheries data in various forms, and he is going to be heading up several projects for us, in particular the management strategy evaluation that we've been talking about for the last couple of years, and also he's going to be taking the lead on development of our harvest policy. Steve has a lot of experience in things. He's only been with us now for about 3.5 months, I think, Steve, but he's made an enormous amount of progress in that short space of time. So he's going to be giving 2 presentations, one tomorrow morning, but today he's going to be talking about the management strategy evaluation process. So please, Steve.
Thank you, Bruce. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners. I want to take just a brief 12-15 minutes of your time to introduce some work we're planning to do over the next few years looking at management strategy evaluation for Pacific halibut. The other thing we're going to learn is PCs, how to use them instead of a Macintosh. There we go. I found the right button. Thank you, Jay. The overarching objective here is really to look at an objective way to formalize a process in which to look at the performance of alternative management procedures in Pacific halibut. As you'll see later on this afternoon, we've had some significant changes to our stock assessment research that's going on here. We will continue to have changes in stock assessment for Pacific halibut many years into the future. We'll also be looking at tomorrow morning some issues regarding the current harvest policy for Pacific halibut. And what we really want to have is a formal procedure in which we can evaluate alternative management procedures for this resource. More importantly, to engage all of the people, the stakeholders, personnel, and governments in the decision-making process in evaluating alternative procedures. Part of this process initially will be the formation of a Management Strategy Advisory Board, or I'll refer to here as MSAB, yet another board with the International Pacific Halibut Commission. But importantly, the composition of this board is to try and consist of harvesters, fisheries managers, processors, the IPHC staff, academic scientists from other institutions around the world. And ideally, what we envision this board to be is roughly a panel of 15 to 20 individuals who can participate in the process and make a long-term commitment to see the whole process through. As I'll allude to later on in the talk, this will take a number of years to actually implement and go through many iterative procedures, and it will take a number of years to continue to develop that work. The role of personnel on the Management Strategy Advisory Board is to basically first initially define clear, measurable fisheries objectives for this fishery. And this is not an actual easy task when you get many disparate individuals in the room trying to manage a resource and have conflicting objectives or interests in mind. Moreover, the advisory board is also there to provide technical input on developing suitable operating models as well as candidate management procedures and how we want to see this fishery managed in the future. There are basically 4 components to a management strategy evaluation process. And these are represented by these 4 ellipses here, and I'm going to walk you through each of them briefly, but more importantly, explain how the MSAB will contribute to this process. The first part of the process is actually setting up fisheries objectives for this fishery, and this will really involve key people from fisheries managers as well as the stakeholders. There's no point in having one party in the room and not the other party, because if you can't satisfy the harvesters, then there's no point in trying to satisfy the managers, etc. The second part of this management strategy process is actually to sit down and devise alternative or candidate management procedures, we call them. And this comes from everything from the data we use in our stock assessment models, in decision-making framework, as well as the types of models, and as also the harvest control rules or the regulations we impose on these fisheries in order to do business. Next is we need to formalize a process in which we evaluate and compare each of these alternative policies. So in the future, should the halibut fishery have a 32-inch size limit, a 29-inch size limit, or a 26-inch size limit, we need to have a way to evaluate objectively these 3 alternative policies. And lastly, probably the most difficult part of this process is actually communicating the results to the stakeholders. So essentially, from the fisheries objectives point of view, what we really want to do is establish 4 key metrics. One usually revolves around conservation target limits. You've heard in National Marine Fisheries Service and in Canada, we want to preserve our spawning stock biomass and make sure it does not fall below some target or limit threshold. We also want to establish catch rate targets for these commercial fisheries. There's no point in establishing rates that are so low that the industry can no longer make money in this business. So we want to maintain profitability. We also want to limit variation in that profitability. We don't want to see the fishery open and close, open and close, open and close every other year. And finally, there's a diverse set of topics regarding risk tolerance and how individuals may perceive risk. If you're new to the fishery, you may be a little more risk averse than someone who else is on their way out of the fishery. The role of the MSAB with regards to devising alternative management procedures is really twofold. It's to provide technical advice on developing operating models. You want to make sure you design the right tool for the right job. And we expect to get a lot of input from our colleagues in academia who've already done much of this work. We also need to sit down with the decision makers as well as IPHC staff and look at the history of the data available. What assumptions should we be making regarding those data, and what data should we collect in the future? What types of assessment models? All of you in this room, I'm sure, have seen a transition from coast-wide models from area-based models to a now coast-wide model. This has had profound impacts, and most of you had no input on this process. So we really want to design a system that takes all of this into consideration. Lastly, harvest control rules are probably one of the most important aspects in consideration here. We also need to come up with an appropriate algorithm, and again, this is largely contributions from academics and other researchers in this area, in which we can appropriately test these particular procedures. And we also want to use and design and develop tools to communicate this research back to the end user, the user group, our stakeholders and decision makers. And we'll probably piggyback on a lot of the research that's already been done in Canada by DFO and Simon Fraser University with Sean Cox and Rob Cromlin at DFO. I just want to end here quickly with a short quote. You're going to hear a lot about models from here on in today, and some of us fall in love with our models, and often we believe that is the real world, and all the other data that goes into this model is often incorrect. Management strategy evaluation really kind of acts as an antidote to this person who's fallen in love with their new Macintosh computer or whatever they're using, and makes them accountable for dealing with realities. And so we want to make sure that we remember this quote as we proceed through our process. Again, this process is going to take quite a time, roughly a 2-year time cycle before you're actually going to start to see any of the results being implemented into the field. But in this coming year, before the interim meeting this time next year, we envision putting this management strategy advisory board together, having our first meeting, developing prototype models, getting input from other academics and researchers who are developing MSC products for the fisheries. We will probably showcase some of the preliminary results at next year's annual meeting, and then this is, again, a very iterative process and something that occurs probably every 3 to 5 years, where we'll try and develop a management procedure, implement that procedure, and then we'll revise and reiterate and see if it's actually achieving the fisheries objectives that we set out to begin with in the end. And thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve. As Steve mentioned, the MSAB is a very critical part of moving forward on this, and we will be looking to the advisory boards at this meeting to provide us with nominations of folks who could sit on this board and speak on behalf of industry and various sectors of industry. It's going to be extremely important that we get both a comprehensive and valid set of views on what represent objectives that we should be looking at in terms of developing our management strategies. So we'll be looking to you to provide us with some nominations and folks who can commit to doing this kind of process over the next couple of years. So thanks. Our next speaker will be spending quite a bit of time this afternoon going over the stock assessment. It's Dr. Ian Stewart, again, who is one of our new staffers, has been with us since just late in the summer. Ian comes to us from National Marine Fisheries Service, where he was for, I think, 8 years in charge of most of the assessments for the Washington, Oregon, California areas. He's a very well-experienced a scientist who deals with stock assessment models, and I think Ian has quite a bit to say to us, and he certainly has brought a lot of talent to the Commission's ability to understand some of the problems we've been facing over the last half decade or so. So, Ian, please.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. Good afternoon. As Bruce pointed out, I am new to the Halibut Commission this year, but I'm not new to stock assessment. And I want to begin today by acknowledging that conducting a good stock assessment begins with the people that are out there collecting the data, and it includes everybody who's processed those data, worked on them, and ultimately delivered them to my office at the end of the process to create the stock assessment. So I want to acknowledge the efforts of everybody in the Halibut Commission and those in the office who have helped me to better understand 100 years of scientific history in just the first few months on my job. I'm going to begin this afternoon by giving you the bottom line. And then I'm going to spend about an hour describing to you how we got here. There's some good news here and some bad news here. The good news is that we've been able to make some major improvements in this year's stock assessment for Pacific Halibut. As Dr. Balsinger pointed out, we've been able to address the retrospective bias that's plagued this assessment for several years running. And we've made some technical improvements, including the way in which we conduct the forecasts to accommodate the recent trends we've seen in size. We've also been able to include uncertainty via a decision-making table. And I'll spend some time going through this, but including this uncertainty will put all of you in the position to be able to evaluate the decision based on all the scientific information we have available to us in this year's process. The bad news is, in addressing the retrospective bias, we've ended up with stock estimates that are substantially smaller than we've seen from recent stock assessments. And in fact, the CEY levels coming out of this year's model are roughly 30% less than those estimated for last year and years before. With that as the introduction, I'm now going to spend the next hour describing to you how we got there. I'm going to divide this talk up into several sections, and I'm going to emphasize a few key points in each. A bit on the history of the management and model evolution, a bit on how we addressed the retrospective bias and why it was so important to do so. I'm going to provide you a summary of the 2012 stock assessment data. And then I'm also going to present to you some results from this year's stock assessment and focus on the changes with regard to how we're treating uncertainty, how the forecasts are being conducted. And I'm going to spend quite a bit of time describing to you the decision-making table and the way in which this year's catch advice is being framed. Okay, for me, coming to the Halibut Commission and not knowing all of the history of halibut, I found it very useful to get some general broad historical perspective on the halibut fishery. And what I found is looking at the time series of total removals, and this is all sources, all sizes. This is just all the fish that have been removed from the halibut stock over the last 100 years, 100+ years. And what I found was, what I found was that the long-term average, the 100-year average, has been 64 million pounds over the last 100 years of this fishery. And if we zoom in now on the most recent period, as I'm sure all of you are aware, we've seen some large declines in the removals that have come out of this stock in response to reductions in catch from management. The other thing I want to point out here on this slide is that for the last 25 to 30 years, we have been, by and large, above that long-term average. And it's only in 2011 and then in 2012, with the reductions that were made in those 2 years, that we dropped back below the historical average catch level. If we zoom in on that most recent period, we can pose the question, how has management of the halibut resource responded to the science that was available at the time? What you see here in this figure, the upper line at the end of the time series in blue, is the estimate of exploitable biomass that was available in each year over the last decade or so. The line just below that, the red line, is the CEY, the total CEY, or the catch limit for all the sectors that was set by the Commission in that year. And I want to point out that those two lines, although not perfectly parallel, have been moving very closely together. We've seen some large declines in the removals from this stock and in the catch levels that have dictated those removals. But by and large, this Commission has a very strong record of responding to the science that was available and bringing the catch levels down as the science said that was necessary. Now, I'm a stock assessment modeler. I like creating stock assessment models, but I know they're not perfect. And if we just look at the raw data, and here are the lower two lines, the green line and the black line with the gray dots at the bottom are the survey, our fishery independent survey weight per unit effort time series, and the fishery logbook weight per unit effort time series. And you see both of those series corroborate that we've seen a prolonged decline in the stock over the last decade. And in fact, retrospective pattern or not, the scientific advice and coming from the stock assessment, as well as the raw data themselves, and I think it's very important to just look at the data sometimes, the raw data themselves have shown this decline over the last decade. Now, if that's has been the management response to science, we can then pose the question, well, what has been the system response to the management action? So as the quotas have been reduced, has the mortality actually come down? In this figure, you see the black line on top is the total mortality, all removals, all sources, over the last 15 years. The red line being the fishery CEY, or the directed fishery limit. And what you can see here is the answer is yes, the system has responded very strongly to management action. We've seen, as catch levels have come down, we've seen a reduction in the total mortality. And so we have seen a very close correspondence with how the system has reacted to management action. Another thing that's notable on this figure is that from the peak removals in 2004 to 2012, we've seen a reduction in the fraction of the total removals that's comprised by the fishery itself, in the fishery CEY. That's gone from about 3/4 of the total down to about 65% of the total. And this is due to sources of mortality such as bycatch and some sport and personal use removals that are essentially fixed, that are not part of the management process, and have declined as well, but not as rapidly as the directed fishery CEY. So with that as a backdrop to the recent history of the halibut fishery and management, I then turned and looked a bit at the history of the stock assessment itself. And over the years, we've fit a variety of different models, assessment models, to the data from the halibut fishery. None of these models have been perfect. This series of models represents essentially the evolution of fishery stock assessment models as we would see them in any fishery that had been assessed over this time period. We've gone from very simple models with very strong assumptions in early years, 20, 30 years plus years ago, to more sophisticated models that need to make less strong assumptions and perhaps better represent the data. Now, these models, as I said, none of these models have been perfect, and some of the transitions among these models have been fairly abrupt. But what we've seen over this time period is a general evolution toward better models that perform better and can do a better job of matching the trends of it that we see right in the raw data. Now, just as you're probably not still carrying the same cell phone you were carrying 20 years ago, we're using better models today than we were 20 years ago. Even though what we're using today is the best thing we have at hand, we'll probably have a better model tomorrow or next year or 10 years from now. That's just the evolution of the process. As I pointed out, there have been some market transitions in these models, and there have been some distinct issues. And I want to highlight a couple of these before I move on. The first is that the retrospective we've seen over the last several years is, in fact, the third time we've seen a retrospective pattern crop up in the halibut stock assessment. And retrospective patterns crop up in stock assessments. We see them in the other assessments in other areas for other species. They are a general problem with stock assessment models. And I'll go into more detail about what our particular pattern in halibut was. But I want to point out that in each of the two cases that have occurred previously, the fix to the retrospective pattern was a change to the way selectivity was being treated in the stock assessment model. And I'll talk a little bit more about that and why the switch to a coastwide model in 2006, although it was necessary, caused yet another mismatch between, in this case now, availability, the way availability was treating the process in the stock assessment. Now, another transition that's gone on in this stock assessment occurred in 1998 when our best estimate of natural mortality changed from 0.2 to 0.15. It seems like kind of a small change between those two numbers, but in fact it corresponded to a fairly large change in our estimate of how much biomass was out there in the water. And what I'm going to present to you this year is a stock assessment model with some big improvements. And the improvements are designed to avoid situations like these in the future. The improvements we've made to fix the retrospective pattern is to make more flexible assumptions about selectivity so that we don't get caught in something that's not working properly. The change in our treatment of uncertainty is to admit that, yes, even after 30 years, we still don't know exactly what natural mortality is for halibut. And in fact, we can include that uncertainty right in the results of our stock assessment, and we can therefore buffer against another big change if, in fact, as we generate more information, we learn more about natural mortality, and we need to change our best estimate again. We can actually include that uncertainty in our stock assessment process as we go forward. So to sum up the history now, we've seen total removals that have been above the long-term average for the past 2 decades. And I think that's important to remember, especially this year as we're looking at reduced estimates in the stock size. We've seen a very strong relationship between management action and the science that's been available in this stock, a very positive feedback loop between management and science in the Halibut Commission over the last 20 years. We've also seen a series of stock assessment models, and we've fitted these models to the data, and they've followed the best methods available. But they have changed over time, and our evolution, our understanding of the stock has changed over time, and it's going to continue to change in the future. Okay, with that as a backdrop on the history, now I want to focus directly on the retrospective pattern and fixing the retrospective bias. We held a scientific review in October, and there were 3 issues that we focused on primarily. The first 3 were the retrospective pattern. In fact, we also talked about dealing with uncertainty, and how to frame the decision table, but really this retrospective pattern has been the most important thing that we needed to deal with in this year's stock assessment. So what is the retrospective pattern? As somebody pointed out, perhaps Mr. Chairman pointed out at the beginning of this meeting, you guys are probably one of the only group of 100 people in the world that knows what a retrospective pattern is and can actually talk about it. But I want to refresh for a second exactly what we're talking about here. These are the results in terms of spawning biomass, the estimates of spawning biomass from the last 6 stock assessments that have been presented at annual meetings to the Halibut Commission. And what you see is that beginning in 2006, each year when a new stock assessment was conducted, the estimate of how much spawning biomass was out there last year was smaller. So in 2007, there was an assessment conducted, and well, actually, the estimate from 2006 wasn't as large as we thought. It was smaller than that. And in fact, in 2008, in 2009, in 2010, this pattern continued. And every year, there was a reduction in last year's estimate. And this is not a good pattern. This is a problem in stock assessment. What this means is that every year, we've been overestimating how many fish were out there in the water. And we've been setting catches based on that. So even the most successful management, if it's not getting the right information, this is a big problem. And it's been somewhat variable. In some years it's been a big change, and in other years it's been a somewhat smaller change, and that's made it harder to track. Is this really a problem? Is it going away or not? Well, I think after 6 assessments in a row, it was quite clear that it was not going away on its own, and it was time to fix it. In fact, if we then look back from the 2011 stock assessment and compare to the estimate that we saw in 2006, you see that's almost a 40 or 50% reduction in the amount of fish that were out there just 5 or 6 years ago. This is a big problem. There were a number of contributing factors to this retrospective pattern. The first was a transition from the area-specific to the coast-wide model in 2006. Now, this transition was necessary because we have a highly migratory stock that doesn't just conveniently stay in its little box and allow us to do stock assessments on each box separately. Believe me, I wish it would, because it would be far easier to assess the stock if it just sat still, but it doesn't. Halibut don't sit still. So this transition corresponded to a subtle change in the assumption of how selectivity, or in fact now at the coast-wide level, availability to the stock assessment was being modeled. And this was something that sort of got lost in the shuffle, I think, in the transition to the coast-wide model. We've also seen some pretty dramatic changes in how the population itself is distributed across the coast. We've seen very different trends in different areas, and I'll show you these when I get to the 2012 data. We had an overemphasis as well in the stock assessment on the age data, and this is easy to do because we have a lot of age data. We have great age data for halibut. But unfortunately, at some point, the emphasis on those data started to outweigh the emphasis on what we can actually see, the trend. What's been very clear in this stock, which is just the raw survey trend, the decline that we've seen. Starting in 1997 through 2011, we had seen a lower survey index in every year that the survey had been conducted since the beginning of the time series. And somehow we had lost sight of that trend. the time series that we use in the stock assessment model is also fairly short, and that means that retrospective patterns are going to crop up. We would expect our estimates to vary year to year, sometimes up, sometimes down, not in a directional way, the way we've seen here. But the magnitude of those annual changes was also a contributing factor, because with a short time series, we would expect retrospective patterns, and it may take several years to identify, yes, this pattern really is a problem, and it's time to fix it. As I said, this was the year it was time to fix. So let me focus now for a second on what I mean by length-based availability or selectivity. When we think about a fishery or a survey interacting with the stock, we tend to think about it in a local context. We put gear down. We don't catch every fish that's there when the gear goes down. Some fish are more likely to get caught than others, and that's vulnerability. Some fish, some sizes or some ages are more vulnerable than others. But now when we conduct a stock assessment at the coast-wide level, we need to think a little bit more broadly about selectivity, because it's not just vulnerability to the gear. And here's what I mean by that. We have seen changes in proportional abundance across the stock. We've got some areas, and this is just a trend over time in different areas. You don't need to worry about which areas are which yet. Some areas have been going down strongly. Some areas have actually been relatively stable. When we combine that with very different demographics in each area, biology that differs dramatically in terms of age, length, or length at age, and perhaps even different vulnerability in each of the areas, when we combine those two factors, what that means is that the coast-wide average availability is going to change over time to reflect the distribution of this population moving around. And in fact, the assumption that we would expect selectivity or availability to stay static over time was one that made some sense when we were fitting models to small boxes of the population, but it no longer made sense at the coast-wide level. And in fact, it generated a mismatch between the data, the age data particularly, that we were collecting, and the trend information that we could see in the survey. And so allowing availability to change over time, not dramatically, but just enough to capture this pattern, was, it turned out, enough to fix this retrospective pattern. Now, to put this another way, if you put your hooks down in area 2A, what you catch is a function of how vulnerable different demographics of fish are to your gear. This is 2A in the top left and 4B in the bottom left. And what I want to point out here is if you put hooks down in 2A, you can't catch those old fish that are in 4B. Likewise, if you're fishing in 4B, you're going to catch old fish that aren't there in 2A. And as the relative abundance in areas like 2A and 4B changes over time, the availability at a coast-wide level, at the aggregate, which is where we're modeling it, is bound to change over time. And this is just something that we slowly generated a mismatch between the age data and the trend information that led us into this retrospective pattern. Now, I conducted a number of tests. It would have been very easy if the retrospective pattern had just been a coding error somewhere and I could have fixed it, but of course it wasn't. And several of these tests were merely just hitting the model with a big stick to see what would happen, and trying to identify, well, what does it actually take to get rid of this retrospective pattern? And in fact, the blue line here, the very low result, was just that. It was just purely forcing the retrospective out to see, so I could see what happened to other data sets as I went along. The red line was a brute force approach in the other direction, saying, well, what if we just fit the survey trend? What if we downweight the age data or upweight the survey trend and force the model to fit that survey trend? The yellow line, or the brownish line in the middle, is in fact accounting for the process that seems most likely to have generated this retrospective pattern. And what I want to point out here is that all three of these things took care of the retrospective pattern. Only one of them was based on an understanding of the mechanism generating it. But yet all three of them produced a very similar result in the end, which is a very different trajectory for the stock and a very different conclusion about the recent trajectory of the stock. The black line behind there is the results you saw last year at last year's stock assessment, which were incorrect. So the solution now, if we take this year's stock assessment model with allowing for time-varying availability, and we sequentially remove 1 year of data, what we see is this pattern, which is that we no longer see those estimates going up, up, up in the past. What we see is them staying, there's some variability, but in fact we see some good correspondence with previous estimates. Now, this isn't the same thing as playing forward 5 years into the future. So I can't tell you with 100% certainty that this has cured the retrospective pattern, but what I can tell you is that these changes have brought the model into an ability to match the trend that we can see in the raw data. And secondarily, we no longer see the symptom of the retrospective pattern, which is sequentially removing data and seeing this gross overestimation of the stock in the past. So this is a big step forward for the stock assessment model. Now, the consequence of that is that here, the results of this year's assessment, using only data through 2011, I haven't yet introduced the 2012 data, the results of this year's stock assessment indicate a much different trajectory at the end of the time series. These fish that have been predicted to be moving into the stock and moving into the spawning biomass for the last several stock assessments have never materialized. Each year we've seen a stock assessment predicting this rapid increase, and each year the following stock assessment has said, well, no, those weren't there last year, maybe they'll be here next year. And they've never materialized. And so, in fact, this year's stock assessment is no longer predicting this rapid increase at the end of the time series. Now, it's also changed our perspective about the relative productivity of the stock. This is a plot of the time series of estimated recruitments, or strengths of the cohorts of younger fish entering the stock. And you see the black line is the estimate from the 2011 stock assessment. The blue line is this year's estimate. And you see a very big difference at the end of the time series. The dashed lines represent the average over this time period, indicating that not only are we now estimating that we've seen a period of lower recruitments at the end of the time series, but in fact our estimate of what an average recruitment, the average level of productivity for this stock, has actually come down substantially from recent years. In fact, in the past it was overestimated because our estimate of productivity was being influenced by these large recruitments that had never been showing up year after year in the stock assessment. Now, this is both good and bad news. It does mean our estimate of how productive the stock is lower, but it also feeds back into our harvest policy. And our harvest policy is based on using a yardstick or a reference level of spawning biomass that we call SB 100%, which is essentially the long-term average. Given recruitment fluctuations in growth, what we would expect to see as the long-term average in the stock in the absence of any human removals. The stock would be going up and down, but the average value would be some level of fish out there in the ocean. And what you see when we measure our stock against that, in the upper panel is the 2011 stock assessment, indicating that our stock had declined below our 30% threshold level and had actually dipped down toward the minimum stock size before rapidly increasing at the end of the time series. Now, we know that that rapid increase at the end of the time series now wasn't there. In this year's stock assessment, what I'll point out is that our estimate of SB 100% has in fact changed. So it has come down substantially, reflecting now our estimates of productivity or average recruitment level have come down. So what that means is that even though we think the stock is somewhat less productive, we think it would be somewhat less productive in an unexploited state as well. And so rather than just unrolling that upper curve down and ending up somewhere below the minimum stock size, what we have is actually revised our estimates of these reference points. And now, in fact, we estimate the stock to have come down and to have stabilized at very close to the threshold stock size for our harvest control rule. Again, this is just using data through 2011 to illustrate the difference between last year's results and the results of this improved stock assessment model this year. I want to point out one more time, and this is a summary of the results, again, using only data through 2011, showing you the time series of spawning biomass in red, exploitable biomass, which is a quantity consistent with the calculation of our harvest policy, and the total biomass, or the age 8+ biomass, which is really a historical construct. We model all the ages in the stock assessment, but this is a historical reference point to give you something to compare to this figure that you've seen in previous stock assessments. And in previous stock assessments, you always saw a rapid increase at the end of the time series of total biomass, predicting that there were a bunch of fish out there that we would soon see in the exploitable or spawning biomass. And in fact, this year's stock assessment is no longer predicting that. So I want to sum up this section with two important points. The first is that I want to impress upon you, and I'm sure you already knew, that the retrospective bias was a major problem. Stock assessment estimates were consistently too large, and the model results had become inconsistent with what we could see right in the raw data. The predicted stock increases from the last several stock assessments had never appeared. Each year it was, well, they'll be here soon, but they're not here yet. The 2012 stock assessment does not have this problem. We can now track the observed trends in the data, and I think we have a much more reliable stock assessment model. However, the current stock size estimates are roughly 30% less than they have been in previous stock assessments. Not because we estimate that the number of fish in the ocean has declined from last year to this year, but because our estimates of how many fish have been out there for several years are just much lower than they have been, and I think much more accurate this year. Okay, now I'm going to move into the summary of the 2012 data. And this is where some of the good news in the story actually is. And here it is right here. This is a figure showing you the contribution from each of the regulatory areas to the total average coastwide survey weight per unit effort. And what you see here, as I described earlier, what we had seen over the past 15 years is a survey index that had gone down every year in the time series until 2011. In 2012, we've actually seen a 12% increase in the weight per unit effort index from our fishery independent survey. And this is important news. This is really good news for the stock. It means that for the first time in this time series, we've got some good news coming in. We actually saw more fish in the survey than we did last year. Although you can see from the contributions of each of these colors that the trend hasn't been the same in each of these areas. And now I'm going to zoom in and show you the trend in each of those areas. Starting with 2A and going through all the regulatory areas, on the bottom right is the total. Each area is labeled in each panel, and the percentage below each is the percent change from the 2011 index to the 2012 index. And what you see is some pretty striking patterns. Area 2 across the top row has seen an increase and actually has seen fairly stable or increasing trends for several years running now. We've got some pretty distinct heterogeneity across areas. Area 3 and A and B in the middle left two panels here. Area 3A, we actually saw an increase last year. 3B also saw an increase, although somewhat less. Historically, the declines have been much larger in those areas. I'll point out in the bottom left, Area 4B, which saw a 29% decrease in 2011 to 2012. And I want to impress upon you that although we're conducting the stock assessment at the coastwide level and we're estimating the trend of the aggregate stock, our harvest policy is designed to protect the spawning biomass at a coastwide level. That doesn't mean that we expect to see the same trend in every area. And in fact, we definitely don't. We see very different trends in different areas. And we need to be cognizant of that as we look into the demographics and how different areas are responding. As I pointed out, in aggregate, in the bottom right there, we did see a 12% increase over 2011 in the 2012 index. Now, if we look at the same figure, only we look at the fishery weight per unit effort from the logbook data. And now here, there's the gray area is a slightly longer time series where we have a slightly longer record across these areas. It's not currently used in the stock assessment, but it potentially could be in the future. And what you see, if I flip back and forth, just broadly, you see some very similar patterns. And this, to me, as an analyst, this is very reassuring to see similar patterns in fishery data and in the survey data. It tells me that we're getting the same signal about the stock in both places, but not exactly the same signal. You'll note that the percentages do differ here. Although we are still seeing relatively flat or increasing trends in Area 2, the actual percentage change in each area is somewhat different. We actually saw declines in both 3A and 3B in the weight per unit effort in the fishery logbooks in 2012. And the decline in 4B was not quite so pronounced in the fishery data as it was in the survey. In fact, in aggregate, what we've seen over the last 3 years in the fishery data is almost a flat index. We've seen almost no change over the last three years in the fishery weight per unit effort estimates. Now, in aggregate, across the coast, we've seen some pretty strong patterns in demographics as well. In the top panel here, you see the average age in the survey and the fishery. Now, we would expect these curves not to lie on top of each other. The survey, this includes all the fish that we see in the survey, including sublegal fish, and it includes all stations, including stations with very low catch rates. So we would expect the survey curves to be below the fishery curves in both cases. But what's important to see here is that the trends in these curves are very similar. We've seen a trend of declining average age in the stock over the last decade, and we've seen an even stronger trend in declining average weight in the stock. And that's a combination not only of the decline in age, but actually a reduction in the size at age of these fish over time as well. Now, as I pointed out, we've got very different patterns in different regulatory areas. This is a figure of the average weight observed for landed fish by area. The black line down the middle represents the average weight of a halibut landed across the whole coast. And you can see that's been just pretty much declining over the last decade and continued to do so in 2012. However, if you look at several of these lines, particularly 2B, just above the black line at the end, and 2C, at the top. So in 2C and 2B, the fish have actually been increasing in size for the last couple of years. However, if you contrast that with the two blue lines in the middle, which represent 3A and 3B, there you've seen a very steep and very prolonged decline in the average weight of fish being landed. Again, these are the sorts of demographic patterns where if we have shifts in the relative contribution of these various areas to the stock over time, this has a direct implication for the availability to the stock assessment and the way in which we need to treat that. And again, that's where the retrospective pattern was occurring. Now, there is some good news here. When we look at, this is a plot of the trend. This is a smooth trend, in fact, not the raw data, but a smooth trend over just the last decade in the average weight of female halibut that we've observed in the survey. What you see is a pretty strong decline. These fish have been getting smaller for the last decade, but in fact, we see some evidence of a slight change in trend at the end of this time series. And I focus in on this block of 10 to 17-year-old females because this is the block that's going to contribute most to the spawning biomass. So there is some good news here in that we've seen some slight increases in the size at age. Now, these aren't huge increases. And we have seen other times in the time series when we have seen little blips in the time series that turned out not to be a reversal of the trend. So I'm not saying that we're going to see a reversal of this trend in size at age that we've seen not just over the last decade, but actually over the last several decades. What I'm saying is that there's some evidence that it's possible. And what we really need to do is wait a couple more years and see if this is going to turn around. I want to make one other point on this slide, which is that we have seen these prolonged declines in size at age. And this is information that we haven't been using in the projections of the stock assessment, in the forecasting to set the catch levels for future years. And it's something we've included this year. So that's a big step forward. This is a figure of the proportions at age that we've observed in the survey, in Fishery Independent Survey. And I've drawn a diagonal line here indicating the 1987 cohort. So this is age on the y-axis and time on the x-axis. So each year forward, across the x-axis, the fish get 1 year older. So the diagonals correspond to one generation or one cohort of fish. And what you can see is that for the first 5 to 8 years of the time series here, we had a stock largely dominated by some strong recruitments right around 1987. Those fish aged and moved up through the stock and have been essentially dwindling in their contribution to the total catch in the survey. And since then, since about 2005, we've seen a much lower average age in the stock. But we've seen a relatively stable age distribution. Now, if we had huge recruitments coming into the stock, we would expect to see that coming on the bottom row here. And although we did see some above-average recruitment of 6-year-olds around 2005, we don't find any evidence here of really strong recruitments in the last several years. And this is going to be important for the forecasts, because what the stock assessment is estimating, what we're seeing in the data, is that there is no evidence of strong recruitments over the last several years. When it's going to take those fish, those low recruitments, several years to play out into the dynamics of the stock and ultimately into the spawning biomass. Now, this is the same data compiled from the fishery catch at age. And if I flip back and forth for a second, yeah, the bubble sizes are a little different. But what you can see is that basically we see the exact same thing in the fishery that we do in the survey. We see the same trend in demographics over time. We see slightly fewer young fish because those would be sublegal fish. We wouldn't expect to see the same number of 6 and 7-year-olds. So the average age is slightly older in the commercial data, but we see good corroboration around that 1987 year class and around the stable age distribution that we've seen for the last several years. So to sum up the patterns that we can see in the 2012 data, we have seen some moderation of recent trends. We saw an increase in the 2012 survey. It was only 12%. It's an increase, it's good news, but it's not a huge increase. And in fact, in the fishery side, we didn't see an increase this year. So I'm saying we're seeing a moderation of trends, not a turnaround. We also saw some moderation in the trend of size at age. Again, this could be good news, but it's probably too early to say yet. We don't find in the raw data, we don't find evidence of strong incoming year classes. We would see those coming in the age distributions, and they're just not evident. We saw some slightly above average recruitments coming in at age 6 from around 2005, but we're not seeing that for the last few years. And again, to emphasize, although we're compiling these data, we compile these data by regulatory area and then put them together and model the stock at a coastwide level, we see very strongly different patterns among regulatory areas, and we account for those when we weight the contributions from each area into the coastwide total. but it's important to recognize that just because we get a coastwide trend doesn't imply we would expect to see that same trend in each of the regulatory areas. Okay, now I want to move into the results, actually using these data in the stock assessment. And I want to introduce to you how we've improved the treatment of uncertainty and how we've improved the forecasting in the stock assessment. So this is the same figure I showed you a few minutes ago, although you'll note now the forecast extends, or the time series extends one additional year. And in fact, the stock, it's a bit hard to see here. I'll show you a table in a few minutes. The spawning biomass and the exploitable biomass are actually both estimated to be increasing slightly from 2011 to 2012. What you see is that the trend is largely stabilized, and we're capturing just a slight increase at the end of the time series. You also see that the total age 8+ biomass is still estimated to be on the decline. We're still feeling the effects of these below-average recruitments moving through the stock. We're able to track both the fishery and the survey trends now in time series, and we don't need to allow catchability to change to do that, although allowing selectivity to change does change the relative contribution from different areas. We are capturing the trend in these indices. If we look at the time series of estimated recruitment strengths, and here it's age 8 because I know that's been presented in recent assessments, and I'm trying to provide both some new information and some comparability with what you might have if you're looking in last year's stock assessment. You see in this time series we had those strong recruitments back before 1990 that really dominated the catches for many years. We see a period of 8-year-old recruits that were born around 1999, 1998, 99, and 2000. Those are the fish that we were seeing as 6, 5, and 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds around 2005. And then what you see at the end of the time series is that we estimate some pretty below average recruitments in the last few years. And again, these are going to take some time to move through the stock dynamics. This is an updated figure of the spawning biomass relative to our yardstick or our harvest policy control rule. The estimate of SB 100% didn't change much, adding the 2012 data, but you'll see instead of being just barely above our threshold stock size, now we're estimated to be at roughly 35% of that SB 100 level. So it's actually a slight increase, and here you can see slightly more clearly that we are actually estimating the stock to have been increasing slightly over the last several years. Now this is a look back in hindsight at what we think the historical harvest rates probably were over the last decade or so. This is not a reflection of whether the harvest levels were set at the target. In fact, I think the harvest levels were set very close to what we thought the targets were at the time. This is comparing back now, given what we know about the time series of biomass, what are the harvest rates that were actually realized during that time period? And what you can see, the red lines, the red dashes indicate the effective coastwide target, the sum of the area-specific contributions at the coastwide level, and the blue bars represent the exploitation rate we think that the total removals actually represented on the stock. And what you see here is that those rates have been quite in excess of our harvest policy for a number of years. However, you can also see at the end of the time series that the fairly large reductions that were made in 2011 and again in 2012 have gone a long way toward bringing these realized harvest rates down back toward our total. And I think that those reductions in 2011 and 2012, as we move to this next figure, have been very important in starting to turn the dynamics of this stock around. This is what's called a phase plot, and here what I've plotted on the x-axis across the bottom is the spawning biomass compared to that 30% threshold. On the y-axis is the harvest rate compared to our harvest rate target from our harvest policy. And overlaying on that is the time series of our stock size estimates. And what you see is that the stock was declining, we're moving from right to left, in a period when we were harvesting in excess of the target in retrospect. Starting around 2010, and particularly in 2011 and 12, we saw the stock start to stabilize, and those harvest rates were brought down considerably toward the dashed line across the middle, which corresponds to our target. And in fact, in 2012, we see a slight response in the spawning biomass, perhaps to those reductions in harvest. Again, that's just the same data plotted in another way. So now if we compare back to the 2011 stock assessment model using all the data that we have at hand, we still do see a similar pattern. This is in fact including the 2012 data in the 2011 stock assessment model and moving that forward one more year as well. And you see that that pattern of overestimating the stock size and trend at the end of the time series didn't just go away on its own. Adding another year wasn't going to take care of it. If I now line up the results of that model and present to you what I'm calling a bridging analysis so that you can see exactly how we got from last year, from where we were at this time last year, sitting in a room similar to this, would be the first column here. So the first column is the 2011 stock assessment using data only through 2011. The second column is updating those data, not adding the 2012 data yet, but getting the data through 2011 in complete form, because the data are always somewhat incomplete when we have to do the stock assessment. We start doing the stock assessment in October. We finalize the data on November 7th in time to get you improved results that include this year's data here. But what that means is that the data are not necessarily complete when we get them, and there's always some minor additions and changes at the end of the time series. And you see those, in this case, the second column, if you just look at the second row, you see that those changes would have reduced the estimate by 1%, from 42 to 41% of the relative spawning biomass. Now, when we add the 2012 data, I want you to focus on the top line, the 2012 spawning biomass estimate. You'll note that adding the 2012 data, stay in the gray, to the 2011 model actually brought that estimate of spawning biomass down considerably. This is the retrospective pattern one more time. The 2012 stock assessment model, now retrospective free, you see the estimate is substantially lower than it was in any of these previous models for the 2012 spawning biomass. However, I want to point out one thing, actually two things. Both the spawning biomass and the exploitable biomass, we are actually estimating have increased slightly from 2012 to our estimate at the beginning of 2013. Again, the change in stock assessment model isn't that we think that a whole bunch of fish disappeared out there between last year and this year. What it is that we think that those estimates from last year were electronic fish. They've just never materialized. And in fact, in fixing the retrospective pattern, we get a much different perspective on the trend in this stock. And we now estimate the stock has been relatively stable over the last few years and increasing just slightly. Okay, now I want to present to you a little bit about uncertainty in the stock assessment. There are a number of different sources of uncertainty that are very important for stock assessment. The easy ones are fitting the data. We collect data, we fit a model to them. That fit's never perfect. The lack of perfect fit to the data is parameter estimation or estimation uncertainty. We also have uncertainty associated with fixed parameter values. Natural mortality is a great example. We don't have good information in the data to tell us what natural mortality is, so we end up using a fixed value for that. If we change the fixed value in that, it changes the answer. That's uncertainty, but that's slightly more difficult to propagate into the results and to provide to people making decisions about the stock. We also have structural uncertainty, and this is things like, well, what if I had fit a model to separate boxes all along the coast the way it used to be done? Or what if I had time to build a model that had full migratory dynamics and we had separate boxes but they were linked by migration rates? It's structural uncertainty. We would almost certainly have gotten different answers from those models, and the uncertainty associated with those different answers can be important. There are also always going to be other unidentified sources, and we always know less than we think we do about the results of one of these stock assessments. These models aren't perfect. In fact, none of them are right. What we ask of these models is that they produce good behavior, which means no retrospective patterns, and we ask that they represent the data well. They match the trends that we can see for ourselves in the raw data. But it is important to include this uncertainty when it's time to make decisions about these models. And I want to focus for a second on the effect of natural mortality. So this is a figure showing you 3 different estimates of the stock trend over the last 15 years using 3 different values of natural mortality. The estimate in the middle, the blue value, is in fact our best estimate, and those are the results I've been showing you throughout this talk so far. But in fact, if that value is somewhat higher or somewhat lower, corresponding to the black and the red lines, as you see, we have some uncertainty about how the absolute magnitude of the stock. The very faint bars you see at the end of the time series are the within model uncertainty. That's the estimation uncertainty associated with each one. You see that although that's fairly large, it's actually not as large as the uncertainty between states of natural mortality. Now, we still think that a natural mortality value of 0.15, as Bill Clark presented to you all in 1998, we do still think that that is a very reasonable value to use to conduct this stock assessment. However, we admit that, yes, it could be somewhat larger or somewhat smaller than that. And so these three different levels of natural mortality are actually being explicitly included in the decision table. And I'll describe the decision table a little bit more in a few minutes. Before I do that, I want to show you some basic forecasts from this model, and I want to focus for a second on the details and how we've improved the forecasts from this model. The stock is projected out 3 years into the future, not because we're not going to be back here next year making the same kinds of decisions, but because 3 years is a useful duration in order to gauge how these dynamics are going to start to feed back into the stock. So again, although we're making 3-year projections, I'm not predicting where the stock's going to be in 3 years. I'm trying to provide a yardstick so you can see how the dynamics will be playing out over the next several years. The decision to be made is for this year at hand, and we'll be back here next year with new data and new analysis to present to you. The projection is based on constant removals, mimicking the commercial catch at any given level, bycatch sport removals, and accounting for the fact that if we make big changes in the fishery CEY, the wastage associated with that will scale as well. These forecasts, for the first time this year, we've integrated these forecasts with the stock assessment model. Now, this is important for 2 reasons. One, it allows the estimation uncertainty of just fitting to the data to propagate into the forecasts. So I can carry that uncertainty associated with fitting the data right into the results and present into the forecasts and ultimately into the decision table. Further, by integrating it with the stock assessment model, we can look at the trends in size at age, and in fact, we can project those trends out over this period. We don't have to just assume that, yes, although we've seen a declining trend in size at age for the last 10 years, it's going to end this year and be stable from now on into the forecast. In fact, what we're doing this year is projecting the trend over the last several years to continue into the future as our best representation of what we think we might see over the next year or two. Now, here are the results from those forecasts. And the first is just a simple 1-year forecast. And here what I've taken is just 3 rows from the decision table and projected those forward 1 year. The top row is the no removals row. So this is, in fact, no fishing mortality whatsoever. And this alternative is intended just to show you which parts of the forecast are being driven by the dynamics of the stock versus fishery effects and effects of removals. The second 2 lines, and in fact I'm sure that even if you're sitting in the front row, you really can only see 1 line there, is the effect of 2 different harvest levels. One being the target harvest rate, or the blue line, which I'll discuss in more detail when I get to the decision table. The second being the bottom row from the decision table, which is just arbitrarily the largest harvest level that we presented in the decision table framework. And you see that over a 1-year time horizon, there's very little difference between the blue line forecast and the red value, or a harvest that's roughly 50% larger than that. Now, if we project those forecasts out 3 years, the difference between the stock dynamics, again in black, and rows that include removals start to become more apparent. And I want to focus on a couple things here. One is that if you just focus on the black line, what we estimate is that given the trends in size at age and the strength of incoming recruitments, in the absence of any removals from this stock, we would see for the next couple of years a slight increase in the stock trend in spawning biomass, followed by a small decrease in the 3rd year out. And this is the delayed effect of those below average recruitments moving ultimately into the spawning biomass. Remember, halibut are not fully mature until they're 12 or even 13 years old. So it's going to take several years for those recruitment events to move into the spawning biomass. Likewise, you see that even at our target harvest rate level, we see a much steeper decline in the stock, and in fact it starts after just 1 year rather than 2 or 3 out in the future as we remove. In effect, we're estimating a very stable to slightly increasing stock, and essentially any removals begin to bring that trend into a downward direction. Now, the results of these forecasts are in fact exactly the contents of the decision table that I'm about to present to you. So it's not that this is one section, the decision table is another section. These are all the same forecasts. The decision table that I'm going to move to in just a moment is just another way to present these results and to put some probabilities on those, to allow you, each one of you here, to create your own trade-off between risk and benefit and see where that falls in this year's results. to sum up this year's results, we're estimating that the spawning biomass has been increasing slightly for the last couple of years. However, we also estimate that we've seen fairly weak incoming year classes. We've seen below average recruitment for several years. And although there may be some evidence of a turnaround, we continue to see relatively low size at age relative to what we saw 20, 30 years ago or even 50 or 60 years ago. And those two things combined are going to conspire to keep this stock at a relatively low level, regardless of what we do over the next couple of years. The third conclusion from the 2012 results is that recent harvest rates, despite the large reductions in 2011 and 2012, the realized harvest rates that we estimated have actually occurred on the stock have still been above the target level. And in fact, it's going to take another reduction to bring us down to meet the harvest rate, the harvest policy targets that we've been attempting to hit for the last several years. Okay, this brings me to the last section of this talk, and that's the catch advice for 2013. You'll note that the catch advice, the format for catch advice is quite different this year than it has been in the past. We're presenting the advice in the form of a decision-making table, and this is in an effort to make the results more transparent and more available to everybody involved in the process. Rather than presenting our best estimates of the stock size and our best estimates of the catch levels associated with our harvest control rule, in fact, we're presenting the entire set of results from the stock assessment to you in one table. And we're presenting a range of different alternative management actions and an ability for anybody who's interested to compare the trade-offs between a given level of harvest and a given level of risk. And this is something that's new to halibut, but it's not necessarily new to fisheries. This is a process that's been unfolding across many fisheries, other treaty fisheries and other domestic fisheries in both nations. And in fact, I think it's a real step forward, and hopefully it will provide, although it's very different this year, it will provide some continuity into future years because you will hopefully become familiar with the decision-making table and come to expect and know how to read that to make the choices that you need to make. So with that, before I present the table itself, I want to go through a couple of terms, define a couple terms, and then I will go through the layout of the table, and then finally I'll give you the contents, the results for this year. And it's essentially, it's going to be dense, so I'm going to go through it slowly. It's essentially the entire results of the stock assessment cooked down into one table. So a few terms to begin with. The harvest policy. I've already alluded to this SB 100% concept. This is just a yardstick or a reference level of spawning biomass that we use to compare our current spawning biomass against to judge where we are in relation to our harvest policy. I've also already mentioned SB 30% and SB 20%. 30% is a threshold level below which, when the stock drops below that level, we begin to reduce the target harvest rate given our current harvest policy. And at 20% is our spawning biomass limit. Our current harvest policy dictates that below a relative spawning biomass of 20%, all harvest is halted. In fact, these are kind of abstract without a picture to go with them, so here's the picture. Across the x-axis is the fraction of that SB 100%, or the relative amount of spawning biomass that's out there. On the y-axis is the fraction of our harvest rate target that we would apply for any given stock estimate. And what you see, the black line represents our harvest control rule. So what you see is that anything above SB 30%, we would apply our full harvest, our full target harvest rate. Between 30% and 20%, our target begins to ramp down, and in fact, given our current harvest policy, we would not exploit the stock at a spawning biomass of less than 20%. Now, this harvest policy is based on work by Bill Clark and Stephen Hare and others conducted previously. It's the harvest policy itself is something that we're working on, and you're going to hear much more on tomorrow from Dr. Martel. A couple more terms for harvest policy. The first is harvest rate, and that's just the fraction of the stock removed in each year. How much of the available biomass are we catching and taking out of the stock in a given year? We have harvest rate targets, and these targets are area specific, so we apply different rates to different areas. In areas 2A through 3A, we apply a 21.5% target harvest rate given our current harvest policy, and 16.1% in areas to the north and west. Those in tandem, those harvest rate targets we can use to generate an effective coastwide harvest rate target and to allow us to compare our estimates at the coast-wide level, which is the level at which our stock assessment is being conducted. And it's just the sum of the removals from the various areas compared back at the coast-wide level. I needed a picture to help me get my head around this concept, and so here goes. We have a coast-wide stock assessment that produced an estimate of exploitable biomass consistent with our harvest policy. That exploitable biomass, through a process called apportionment, is divvied out among regulatory areas. Each one of those regulatory areas has its own harvest or target harvest rate. And each one of those target harvest rates then dictates a catch limit for each area. If we then sum those catch limits back up into the coast-wide total catch and compare that back to the exploitable biomass, that's how we calculate the coast-wide harvest rate target. And that's, in fact, how we frame this trade-off of benefit and risk, is in terms of the coast-wide values, because it's coast-wide estimates that we're getting out of the stock assessment. Okay, a few more terms for the decision-making table, and then I'll get into the contents. The first is uncertainty, and I've already told you about that. The uncertainty in this year's stock assessment is two parts. It's our ability to fit the data with the stock assessment model, and it also includes these three different values of natural mortality. And how this works is, I showed you this figure with the time series of three different time series using three different values of natural mortality. Each of those can be fed into the harvest control rule. We can calculate where we fall on that harvest control rule. And in fact, we can calculate an entire decision table from each of those. What we do is then take our best estimate, gets the most weight, and the two alternate estimates somewhat less weight, and we can combine those three decision-making tables into one so that you can focus your decision-making on a single set of results that actually includes the uncertainty from all three of these analyses for each level of harvest. Now, we're going to frame the decision-making table in terms of benefits, and that's yield to the stock this year, from the stock this year in 2013. It's the catch levels we're talking about. We're going to compare those benefits against risk, and we're going to define the risk as the probability of a negative outcome in some category. And so here's the way it looks. The table is going to be, again, a comparison of risk and benefit. Benefits from small to large, and likewise risks from low to high. We're going to categorize those risks into several different categories. The first category on the left is with regard to fishing intensity, and that's where the coast-wide harvest rate target comes in. We can compare, for a given harvest level or a given level of benefit, would we be above or below our target harvest rate? We're then going to have several types of risk that include stock status. Where are we in relation to those reference points? Stock trend, is the stock going down or not? And perhaps one that may be of particular importance to many people involved in the fishery, catch trend. And I'll give you a little more detail on each of these as I go through. For each of them, we're going to need to look over a slightly different time horizon. Starting on the left and working across, we're looking at the benefits for 2013. So we're posing the question in this table: what is the probability that the 2013 catch level corresponding to that benefit is actually going to exceed our harvest rate target? Moving across, we're now looking at the effects on our estimate of spawning biomass at the beginning of 2014. So if we take a catch out in 2013, what's the probability that the spawning biomass in 2014, at the end of next year, is going to drop below our 30% threshold, or perhaps drop below our 20% limit? Likewise, we can ask the question, what's the probability that the spawning biomass estimate in 2014 will be lower than it is this year? And in fact, if it is lower, is it going to be appreciably lower? So we add another column here. Is it at least 5% less than this year? To see, because we're looking at a trend that's quite stable, it's important to know, is it likely to go down a little bit or a lot? We can also extend these forecasts of stock trend out 3 years into the future and compare 2016 to 2013. Again, completely consistent with the forecasts I just showed you. And then finally, we can pose the question, for a given level of benefit this year, or a given level of removals, or fishery CEY, what's the probability that we're going to have to take another reduction in 2014 to meet our harvest policy? Now, I've added some labels across the bottom here, because presumably there'll be a few questions, and this will hopefully allow us to identify particular columns rapidly without having to read your way down through the whole column. On the benefits side, we've couch the benefits in two ways here. The first is in terms of coastwide fishery CEY. So this is the removals in the directed fisheries and those that are included in the fishery CEY calculation. But in parentheses for each value, we've also added the total removals from all sources, all sizes, so that we can see exactly how much total mortality is associated with each one of these choices. And here's where another new term comes in for this year, which I'm sure you've heard by now, which is the blue line. And the blue line is essentially the point of consistency between previous year's processes. In the past, we would apply the harvest control rule to the best estimates of the stock assessment, and we would generate a set of catch advice that was generally very close to those outputs. That is exactly what the blue line corresponds to this year. The blue line is our best stock assessment with our current harvest policy applied to it and the catch levels that come out of that calculation. That's what the blue line represents this year. So if you're looking for where was the value I heard last year, this is going to be consistent with the calculation of that value. Note it won't be the same value, but it's the same, calculated in the same way. We're also going to have a couple of other levels of benefit listed here. The first set is going to be there above the blue line, which is harvest rates that are less than the harvest rate target. In this table, below the blue line are harvest rates that correspond to values or harvests that correspond to harvest rates that are going to be in excess of that target. We're also including at the very top of the table a row that indicates the effect of zero removal. So this is just pure stock dynamics. Again, this isn't a management alternative. This is just so that we can gauge what are the stock dynamics likely to do. How do these probabilities change and or change in the future if we weren't removing any fish from the halibut stock by any means of any sizes from any sources except natural mortality. Okay, so here are the actual values that correspond to these calculations. Note across the middle is the blue line, which is just the harvest rate, the current harvest policy applied to the 2012 stock assessment model. The two values there correspond to 22.7 million pounds total coastwide fishery CEY, and in parentheses you see that value itself corresponds to roughly 40 million pounds of total mortality. The difference there being bycatch, sport removals, and personal use. The top line, again, is the no removals line. And there are several other lines I want to point out before I start to fill in this table. The first is the first one below the no removals line. This is setting the fishery CEY equal to 0. And note here that the fishery CEY equal to 0 does not equate to 0 total mortality in the stock. In fact, we estimate something like 16.5 million pounds of mortality left, even if the fishery CEY is set to 0. Again, this is comprised of bycatch, roughly 10 million pounds of bycatch, and the rest being sport and personal use removals that don't scale with the fishery CEY. A couple of other rows. The next row here that I want to point out is the second from the bottom row, and that is the bridge row. That's the row where I take last year's stock assessment model, I add the 2012 data to that analysis, and apply the harvest rate target. So had I not started at the Halibut Commission this summer, we just turned the crank and put another year's data in the same model, making no changes, that's the result we would have gotten. Now again, don't forget, that result still has the retrospective pattern in it, which is a big problem. Okay, I want to point out one more thing before I start filling in the table, and that is that you'll note that the change in the total mortality values don't change in the same magnitude as the fishery CEY as you move up and down this table. And in fact, what I've shown you here is just a percentage of the total that's comprised by bycatch mortality. And you see at large catch levels, assuming a constant level of bycatch, we see a relatively low contribution on the order of 16 to 20% of the total mortality comprised of bycatch. As we go to lower and lower total catch levels with a static level of bycatch, we see that fraction go up. At the blue line, it's roughly 25% of the total, or roughly 10 million pounds out of 40 million pounds total mortality. Okay, now I'm going to start filling in the results based on this year's stock assessment model. The top row, again, are the probabilities corresponding to the stock in the absence of any removals other than just natural mortality in the stock. And I want to draw your eye to a couple things. The first is the second column, column B, and that is that even in the absence of any removals, we have about a 25% chance that the stock is in fact already below our threshold level. And this is, if our best estimate of natural mortality is not very good, and in fact the value differs from that, we could already be below our threshold level. However, you'll see from column C that there's a very low probability, even if we're not right about our best estimate of natural mortality, that we could be below our 20% limit. So that's good news, that we're well away from that 20% limit. I'll move now across to column D and read to you that there's a 23% chance that the stock in 2014 will actually be smaller than we estimate it to be in 2013. Compare that with column F, where in fact there's a 41% chance the stock will be smaller in 2016 than it is now. This is indicating the declining, the effect of those incoming weak year classes coming in. It's going to take several years for those to move through. And even in the absence of removals, we would expect a higher probability in a few years of being below where we are right now. Again, if I look at now at column E, note that although we do have a 23% chance that the stock will decline, there's less than a 1% chance that it will decline very much, or at least 5% in this case. So we're estimating a relatively flat trajectory off that time period. Okay, now I'm going to start filling in some other columns here. Note that looking at column B, if we're wrong about natural mortality, if in fact it differs from what we think our best estimate is, there's already at least a 25% chance that we're below our threshold level. However, again, under none of these removal levels is there an appreciable chance that we're below that limit level. To fill in the next column, you see that with increasing levels of harvests, we've increased the probability that the stock will decline from 2013 to 2014. However, you see the biggest increase comes in the very first row. The difference between no removals and essentially the fixed removals, or the removals that are outside the fishery CEY calculation, changes the probability of decline from 23% to 76% over the next year. However, there's still, given that, a very low chance that we're going to see a large decline in 1 year. So this is consistent with the figure I showed you of the forecast, that across these levels of harvest, we do see an increase in the probability that the stock might decline at least 5%, but it's not a huge increase, and it's a fairly low percentage across all those values. Now, to start to fill in column A, here we start to see much more response to management action. And that's because the calculation here, again, is looking at what is the probability that if we take the catch in the left-hand column, that we will actually exceed our harvest rate target. By definition, the blue line itself is a 50% probability because that is our target, and that's the definition of a target. We should have an equal probability of being below or above it, given uncertainty. You'll see that moving down to the next row down, corresponding to roughly 50 million pounds, and I forgot to note that in this table, the increments that I don't have labeled are just arbitrary, roughly 10 million pound increments in order to illustrate how these probabilities change. I've got an expanded table at the end that has a few more rows and columns in it as well. But note that the probability changes quite rapidly as you move to a larger harvest from the blue line. The probability that we're exceeding our harvest rate target goes from 50 to 84% with a 10 million pound total mortality change. Likewise, it drops very rapidly below at harvest less than that of the blue line. If we then look across to the right-hand column, again, this is the probability that if we take this catch level on the left-hand side in 2013, what's the probability we're going to have to take another reduction in catch to get back on the harvest policy in 2014? You see it's almost 50%. It's about a 48% chance at the blue line, meaning that if we go to a harvest level of 22.7 million pounds fishery CEY, corresponding to roughly 40 million pounds total mortality, there is roughly a 50% chance that we will be able to, have to see a further reduction in catch in 2014. So it's basically even odds that we could keep the same catch level for 2 years running, given the current harvest policy. As we drop as we move to harvests that are larger than that value, you see again the probability that we would need to take a further reduction in 2014 starts to go up fairly rapidly. At the 50 million pound total mortality, there's then an 85% chance that we would have to take a further reduction in 2014 to get back to the harvest policy level. Now I've left the projection of 2016 as the last column, and here you can see quite a difference between the probability in column D and F. So D is the probability that the stock will go down from 2013 to 14. F is the probability that the stock will go down from 2013 to 2016. And here you see there's a very high probability across all of these harvest levels that the stock's going to decline over the next 3 years. Again, this is a delayed effect of low size at age that we've seen and relatively poor incoming recruitments. I want to zoom in on that category or that column for just a second and show you a little bit more information about that 3-year projection. So the first column here is just that column I just showed you, and this is broken out now. Okay, there's a relatively high probability that the stock is going to decline under all of these harvest levels from 2013 to 2016. What's the probability in the second column that the stock's actually going to dip below our threshold level dictated by our harvest policy? And you'll see it is somewhat larger than the probability from 2014. However, and it does increase with increasing levels of harvest. However, it stays relatively low. There's even at higher harvest, there's less than a 1 in 3 chance that the stock will dip below that threshold level over the next 3 years. Likewise, in the final column, you see there's a very low probability of all levels of harvest of dropping below that limit within 3 years. Now, at the request of the commissioners and others after the interim meeting, I added several more calculations to try and give a little bit more depth on these calculations. So what I've highlighted here, that the purple box highlights the blue line with 2 new rows from what I presented at the interim meeting, corresponding to 5 million pounds less and more total removals than the blue line. There's essentially just 2 new rows in this table. And you can see that the probabilities now, you can start to see the shape of the distributions and see how these probabilities change with a somewhat smaller increment in between the blue line and the categories I had there previously. You note that the probabilities just above and just below the blue line, there's still a pretty large change between the blue line corresponding to our current harvest policy and slightly higher or slightly lower harvest levels. Now hopefully the effect of this table is that everybody here can look and find a column that they may be most interested in and make a direct assessment of the trade-off between the benefits on the left side in terms of harvest and yield in 2013 and the potential risks associated with that. And as part of this process, we're learning too. What's the information that you all need? And so we've added, oh, pardon me, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Those 2 new lines corresponded to roughly a 3% change in harvest rate above and below the blue line. Where I was getting to was that as we learn more about what people want to see in this process, we've actually added another row here, and this is not reflected in the stock assessment document because we just added it in the last week. But our intent here is to provide as much information as possible for people to make decisions. And so the request was to have a similar row regarding the fishery CEY as we had done for the spawning biomass. And so what that row, now row H on the outside on the far right there, corresponds to is to allow you to assess, again, with regard to the fishery CEY, if we take a fishery catch on the left side of the table, we can see the probability that the fishery CEY is going to be lower in 2014 than it was in 2013. But we can then further ask the question, well, what's the probability it's going to be at least 10% less than that? So it may go down, but is it going to go down very much? And you'll see those probabilities are somewhat lower. So there are cases where the stock is projected, or the fishery CEY would be lower in 2014, but perhaps not 10% lower. And so you can see the rate of change in that column is somewhat less. Again, our intent is to provide this information as transparently as possible, to cook down all of this scientific analysis into one place so that you all can make decisions and directly assess the trade-off between risk and benefit. With that, I'd like to sum up this afternoon with just to recap what I've said several times. The first is with regard to the 2012 stock assessment model. We have addressed the retrospective bias. We fixed this major problem in recent stock assessments, and what this means is more reliable results in the future. Yes, there will be future changes in the stock assessment and in the results, but what we have now is a stock assessment model that matches the observed trends. It's consistent with the observed trends we can see right in the data in the abundance. And further, it no longer displays this pathology of overestimating as we remove data and look back in the past or play this out. It no longer overestimates the stock and continually decreases that estimate as time goes on. With regard to the 2012 results, the spawning stock is estimated to be increasing slightly. However, we have these trends of relatively low size at age and below average recruitment, and those are going to take some time to move through this stock. This relatively stable stock is not estimated to increase even if we had no harvest on it over the next several years. We've made the change now, and we're explicitly including uncertainty in the results. And we're doing that with the decision-making table. And hopefully that table allows everybody involved in the process a transparent evaluation of this trade-off between risk and benefit and boils the whole thing down into one place. And that's what I have for you this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. A lot of information on there. I'd like to take about a 15-minute break right now. It's 10 minutes after 3. If we could come back by 25 after 3. And we have one more presentation for the day, and that's I'll walk you through a little bit more detail on the results of that decision-making table in terms of what catch limits might look like for each one of those areas and what harvest rates might look like. Thank you. Yes.
Is this one on, Tom? Huh? Oh, okay. All right, just on the short thing.
Sure. Yeah, it's there. Yeah, it's still up there.
And it won't show on the screen until I project it, is that right?
Right. So, well, actually, I don't know. It's kind of weird if you actually just mouse over it. Go. Oh, okay, it won't go. So yeah, you have to just go here.
And once I project it,
And then, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Perfect. Let's just get that one ready for that. So if I then just go down here and project it, it's going to go great. I'll leave this with you.
Yeah.
That way if we end up switching back and forth questions, we don't have to. Is that mic on now?
It isn't. I just have to hear that.
Thanks. That was smooth. Good stuff. Yeah. Nice. It's nice when the Slack not free. Mic works. Everything else.
Yeah. Yeah. I think they've got CD for 250, so yes. Yeah.
change the time to 15:40. I'd say you're late. I don't think it's not. Maybe change it. Not much later. I think people will read the team.
Could we reconvene, please? for all of you or those who are listening to do so. There is one microphone there near the front in the middle. If you can introduce, well, the webinar people would do that, but if you're coming to the microphone, just please introduce yourself and where you're from before you answer your question or provide your comment. Don't be shy, as they say. Who'd like to go first? Please.
Hi, my name is Jeff Kaufman. I'm from St. Paul Island. And I guess a couple of questions. The first one being, what are you seeing in the Bering Sea, specifically in areas 4C, D, and E, that is causing alarm enough to recommend a 67.7% reduction in our area? And then the other one is why our share of the apportionment has gone from 10.6% in 2011 to 11.3% in 2012.
Ian, just on if you know, on the second question, we are going to have a presentation on the apportionment table as per the blue line. It's not a proposal, by the way, just indicative. And then we can answer the second question once people see that, if you're okay with that.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ian.
Yes, I think in fact actually the first question would be well addressed with the apportionment talk as well, because it speaks to the other removals in the calculation of the fishery CEY. I'm happy to field the question again after that presentation, but I think there's some information in there that would be helpful.
Okay, I never wanted to have the first question be pushed off as not the answer. Don't assume anyone else who wants to ask that's going to happen. I'll ask you to come back to the microphone after we do the next presentation. Please, next.
Hi, thank you. Linda Benkin, Alaska One-Line Fishermen's Association. First, I was going to suggest you add a column to this table that has a heading of percent likelihood of a major change in a model parameter in the next 3 years, and the fishermen get to fill that in for you. But my more serious question, you had I think it's on page 109 in the Blue Book, but you had a trajectory up there that compared where we would be in 3 years at 0 removals and at 22, or at the 40.2, the total removals, and at 60. And I guess what surprised me was that those last two converged at the end of 3 years, that we saw very little difference, at least on the scale you showed us, between the 40 million removals and the 60. And yet when we look at this table, there's a huge difference in the probability of differences in where we are relative to the different benchmarks between the 22 or the 40.2 and the 60 million. I just wondered if you could speak to that comparison.
I can. That's actually a very good question. I'll take the second one first, I think. The first one's a fair comment. We could, in fact, have an additional column here, which is a probability of a big change in the model. And looking back over the time series, we have seen big changes. However, the two changes that we've made this year are an effort to try and avoid that in the future. The approach to allowing availability to change over time is different than previous fixes in that in previous models, selectivity was just changed, whereas in this year's model, it's made more flexible to account for these processes. So the probability of having to make another big change in the future is much lower. Likewise with natural mortality, rather than, it is possible that we will be able to update our information about natural mortality, but this year's model, we're actually incorporating the probability, some probability that we are wrong in our best estimate of natural mortality. So I get to rebut that one a little bit, but it is a fair point. On your second question, with regard to why aren't I'll try and paraphrase, why aren't the trajectories between the blue line and the larger harvest level appreciably different in the forecast? Even though they do show different probabilities in this table. Is that a fair representation of the question? So I'll point out a couple things. One is that if you look, for example, in column D here, or perhaps column F, better because you asked about the 3-year projection, you see that there really isn't a very big change in probability that the spawning biomass will be lower in 2016 than it is in 2013. Those are very similar. And there's a couple of reasons why we don't see a big difference between these projections. One, the difference between those two projections is about 20 million pounds of total biomass. What we're looking at in that figure is spawning biomass, and it takes a number of years for the fish to get to the age at which they begin to spawn, which is between 11 and 12 years old. And much of the removals, or some of the removals, are actually occurring prior to that time. In addition, the total level of productivity of this stock on a spawning biomass that's in excess or right around 200 million pounds, the difference in 20 million pounds of total mortality spread over 3 years, given recruitment and growth and everything else, is not a big, a very large difference, and so it doesn't have a big change in the trajectory. Now, the reason why some of these other columns are much more sensitive to the change in harvest level between the blue line and, in fact, the 60 million pound line at the bottom here, for example, focus on either column G or H, showing the probability that the fishery CEY for a given value would need to be lower to meet the harvest policy in 2013. Those change much more rapidly, and that's because if we were to pick if the decision were made to pick a harvest level that was above the harvest, the current harvest policy, there is a much higher probability that for even a small increase, that difference would have to be made up in the subsequent year. And so it's that difference between 2013 and 14 with regard to comparing directly to the harvest policy.
Can I ask one follow-up question to that? So is it fair to say that if we stair-step in some of the reductions that have been recommended for this year, that we would have to go farther down in 2014, 2015 to end up in the same place with the stock? Is that a fair way to take this table and what you just said?
Yes, I think that's a fair conclusion to reach. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Please.
Hello, my name is Mike Sherr. I'm a member of the ADAC Community Development Corporation and also a 4B quota holder. And I have a couple questions. So one question is, why is our exploitation rate lower than in the Gulf, the 16% instead of 21%? And also, it's my understanding that through the tag studies, none of our fish have showed up east of the 170 line. I was just wondering, when we start talking about availability of coast-wide migrations and stuff like that, I just wondered if you could answer those questions.
Those are both good questions. I guess I'll take the second one first. With regard to the tagging, we do generally see a migration from north and west toward east and south. It's not a huge amount of migration, but we do think that there is connectivity among all these various regulatory areas. Your first question was with regard to harvest policy and why are the rates being applied to 3B and on out to the west different. The harvest policy was originally designed around the core areas of the stock, and there was an acknowledgement made that we knew less about the outlying areas of the stock, and so that was the original rationale for those lower harvest rate targets in those areas. Dr. Steve Martell is going to be presenting a bunch more information tomorrow on the harvest policy and on how he's reevaluating various aspects of that. So I think I should probably wait on any more better answer to that question from him tomorrow.
Can I just make one extension on that, Mike, is that it's true that some of our pop-up satellite tags, we didn't get any recovery to the eastwards, but we did get some recovery of the pit tags to the eastwards from 4B.
I'm Dan Falvey with the Alaska Longline Fishermen Association. I had two questions, one on this slide and one on selectivity. So I think I just asked those two separate ones, if that's okay. On this slide, I think it'd be easier for me to interpret if I could actually see what the numbers you're projecting out would be. In other words, I see you bracketed as 5% less or 10% less, but it might be helpful to actually deal in numbers and not probabilities as an alternative way of presenting it. And then kind of the follow-up I had on Linda Bankin's question is, if we were to choose an alternative besides the blue line, such as the 45 million pound total removal, when you run this table out, what are you assuming is taken in 2014 and 15 that results in the probability of 2016? In other words, is it just a one-year blip and then we go back down to the target harvest rate, or is it carrying that blip forward for a couple of years?
That's an excellent question. In fact, the 3-year projections, as I mentioned earlier in the talk, are really intended to be more of a yardstick than a tactical projection about what the catch would be in 3 years. So those 3-year projections just assume a constant catch. So if you were to pick, you look across the 45 million pound total mortality row, the probability that the stock would be less in 2016 reflects that catch taken 3 years in a row. Now we know that we're going to be back here next year making another round of decisions. So again, it's just intended as a yardstick to show the implication of that. With regard to the numbers, we actually spent a considerable amount of time at the scientific review discussing how to package these different risk metrics. And we settled on using a percentage change in an attempt to make it more interpretable across a range of different alternatives. But I think your point is quite reasonable, that we could also have a column here that said, given a given catch level, for example, we could have column I, which would be what's the probability that the fishery CEY would go down by at least 5 million pounds or 10 million. And that's something if there is a level that you all would think is a reasonable benchmark to compare to, you know, we can do our best to improve this process as we move forward and include more information if there would be helpful columns.
Thank you. Then my second question on selectivity, which I'm still trying to get my head around a little bit, but given the slide you showed that showed how the age structure of the different areas is very different, I think you referenced 2A versus 4B, it would seem to me that the selectivity in a given area could be different based on the number of big fish and small fish in that area. And I just was curious how the potential differences in the age structure of each area affect selectivity in that area, and then how those differences are incorporated as you collapse everything into I believe, a single selectivity curve for the coastwide.
That's right. That's an excellent question. At the area-specific level, we don't currently have estimates of selectivity, so it's hard to say how much they may or may not differ among areas. However, we do know that when we were previously fitting area-specific stock assessments, we did see some difference in the estimated selectivity curves among those areas. So you know, it's reasonable to think that there could be some differences in selectivity even at the area-specific level. When we combine those together into a coastwide estimate, we're weighting those based on, if it's a fishery index, we're based on the amount of catch coming from each area, is the amount of weight associated with that, or for the survey, the estimate of the number of fish in that area is the weighting factor that raises those up. So the areas that have more fish in them are going to carry more weight when we create the coastwide total. And that's how we can end up in a situation where, for example, we see quite different trends in some areas than we see at the coastwide average. If those trends are occurring in areas that don't comprise the large bulk of the biomass in the stock, then they will get relatively less weight. Did that answer your question?
It did, and I was curious if you're going to be looking at the individual areas and how to kind of maybe get a little bit more resolution on that, because I think one of the biggest changes between last year and this year is our estimate of how many young fish are out there. And one of the possible, at least one I can understand, ways of doing that is a selectivity change to show that for every one 8-year-old fish you caught, last year we thought there were 10 more in the ocean, and this year we think there's 3. But if the heart of the biomass is in an area with a lot of small fish, and the coastwide selectivity curve doesn't really fit well with the selectivity of that particular area, that can really change your estimate of what incoming year classes is like, depending on the alignment of where the bulk of the biomass is, the size of that biomass, and if there's a discrepancy with that part of the coastwide curve. And that's just,
I think you've just done a much better job of explaining the retrospective pattern than I did. That's in fact exactly what was happening. We had the assumption that selectivity couldn't change over time. We were seeing proportionally more small fish in the data, in the age data, but in fact it appeared that those small fish were because we were seeing more and more of the population and catch shifting to areas with smaller or younger fish in them. And in fact, by allowing selectivity or availability in the stock assessment model to change over time, we could then account for where those small fish were coming from, where in the previous model, selectivity was forced to stay the same over time, and the only way the stock assessment model could match those data was to create a whole bunch of small fish, but then they never showed up the following year, and so it would say, well, they weren't there last year, but now they're here, and so on down the line.
You did a great job explaining that. Maybe some breakout I'd ask you about how to perhaps get more resolution by area. Maybe it's the coastwide aggregate, but each will talk about that.
On the longer term plan, I'm very excited to build some models, and as is Steve Martell, we're working together closely to try and get at some of the spatial dynamics and try to better understand how these various areas differ, not just in terms of selectivity, but in terms of migration among the areas of different size and age fish, and potentially exploitation rates in different areas as well. So that's high on our list of things to work on.
Thank you, and I think, Ian, maybe you should give him your phone number because it sounds like you guys could talk a lot more. Please, next. And for those of you who are listening on the webinar, please encourage you to pose some questions in relation to the presentations. I know a couple of people have put in a couple of questions that were quite specific to an issue or a couple of issues that we will be dealing with during the week. So in a couple of cases, we may push those questions off to that particular session. For those of you who are speaking to Mike, just make sure you have it high enough and you speak loud enough into it so people on the webinar can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Lenny Herzog, Area 4 Harvesters Alliance. So I just wanted to make a couple comments for what we've been talking about briefly that come from the April meeting. I left that meeting with the understanding that there was very little migration from 4B into the Gulf and a little bit of migration from 4C, D, and E into the Gulf, that there was quite a bit of migration from the northern side of 4A to the southern side of 4A, but that it appeared that best science right now is that 4B is mostly a residential stock, and we don't really know that much about 4C, D, and E, and I think that would be a great area to study, you know, how 4C, D, and E kind of come into the stock. Then the question I have is, if you look at page 71 in the Blue Book, it's showing the NIMS trawl surveys, you know, which are most accurate for 4C, D, and E. And for the first time, I thank you guys, but you have your size by age. And I come from the crab world as well. And the first thing you'll notice is that I think almost 50% of the total halibut biomass by weight is now in the Bering Sea. If you look in 2012, it's 302 million pounds, and if you add to that 4A and 4B, you get up to almost 500 million pounds of total biomass. That's the total biomass in the Gulf. So, like you talked about, what's the difference between the Bering Sea and the Gulf? Things have changed radically in the last 10 years. And half of the biomass is now in the Bering Sea. But look back at 2004. The biomass in the Bering Sea was really small. And it's grown incrementally by 10% a year, almost. It's gone from 200 million to 300 million in total weight. And I understand we're looking at, you know, we have a size of age issue. But the interesting thing that these diagrams show by weight is you can see the age class moving through the system. You can see, like, if you look at 2007, you know, there's a really big young age class, and it moves through. And hopefully, you know, we'll see it again. And this is a different picture than you see in the other stocks. And so I don't expect to get the answer now, but I would hope that we look really hard at spending some money on separating 4C, D, and E out as an area of study, because what happens is all of the extractions for bycatch are coming out of 4C, D, and E. I think that's because there's a huge biomass there, and the extractions are going to be 2 or 3 times higher than the directed harvest. And my question would be, I don't understand how you could apply the retrospective analysis to this graph, because if we believe, I think what the retrospective analysis does is it says we didn't count right in the past, and we didn't understand how many fish were in the ocean in the past, how many mature fish was. But if we haven't changed anything in our understanding of the trawl survey, then it suggests that if the trawl survey is an accurate measure of fish, it doesn't go to the large fish, but it's telling us something very different. And I think that we have to look at that, because I think that there were probably more fish in the Bering Sea than we thought, over the last 10 years, not less fish. And I would hope that in the next 2 or 3 years we see that bump, come into the fishery. They're getting really close to 80. And so it's kind of it's a little bit of a question, but just a suggestion that now that half of the biomass appears to be in the Bering Sea, we need to focus on my area specifically, 4C, D, and E, and get a better understanding of what looks like positive improvement. And if I was going to look down the road in 5 years in 4C, D, and E, I'd say things are looking great. But I'll stop there. Thank you.
I'll speak to a couple of those points. One is that I am very interested in trying to make better use of the trawl survey data and perhaps create some quantitative indices of recruitment, or at least qualitative indices that we can use to guide the stock assessment analysis. I don't think that the data that we have from the survey or from the fishery would indicate that half the biomass in the stock is in the Bering Sea. I don't think that's an accurate assertion.
Well, if I could, I think it's 40% at least by weight. Maybe you guys can answer that tomorrow or something.
Okay. Well, I'll check into that number. I would point out that on page 70 of the Blue Book, the plot that shows the total number of halibut and the estimate of the number that are available to the survey and or the commercial fishery, actually the total number of fish has been declining for the last 7 years in the Bering Sea. And in fact, you see that on page 71 as well. You see we've gone from, in 2006, the estimate was 133 million halibut down to 78 million halibut during this time period. And I agree with your conclusion that these are largely small fish, sublegal fish, and that there is some evidence of a year class or year classes moving through the stock. But I think what we've seen over the last couple of years, as you point out, the biomass has gone up, but the total numbers have gone down, which is fairly consistent with a year class that's come in, recruited to the area, and is now growing. They're growing in body size, but not increasing in number, which, again, we do have some dynamics going on that differ in different areas, and we do recognize that the Bering Sea is an important nursery area for halibut, but I don't think that there's evidence, at least in the last several years, of very strong recruitments coming in these data.
If I just one comment, I think it's actually healthy that we're losing numbers of fish and we're getting bigger fish. I mean, I think that's contrary to what's happening in the rest of the state. I think it's really healthy that the average size of the fish in the Bering Sea is increasing. And obviously, there's large extractions by the trawl fleet of small fish and different bycatch issues that could be affecting the small fish. But I hope that we'll see, a big contribution to legal size fish in the future. Thanks.
Ian, just a question of clarification. Would it be possible for you, doesn't have to be today, but this week to, or in fact, can one even do that, to provide a picture of where the spawning biomass distribution in the regulatory areas is most likely to be, or is that even a question that can be answered?
With the current coastwide stock assessment, I can't get at the question of where the spawning biomass is located, but we can look at the relative contribution of the different areas to the survey. And I can call up that slide again, because I think that would be helpful. Pardon me while I get the right slide. So this slide is the fractional contribution of each area to the coastwide weight per unit effort. So this is weighted by the amount of area in each effort, in each area. And so you can see that currently most of the stock is estimated to be in 3A and 3B, with lesser contributions in 2C and 2B than 4CDE, descending order. And those proportions have changed somewhat over time. 4CD and E have shown a fairly large decrease over time. It's difficult to see because these are all plotted on the same scale, but the average weight per unit effort, which is used as a proxy for density, is actually relatively low in 4CDE, even historically, relative to many of the other areas. Note that the scale on all these axes is the same.
Jim? Thank you. So, Ian, did you say that WPUE index is weighted by area now, or is this just, is that what you said?
It is weighted by area. Given that we have the same sampling coverage in each area, our estimates of weight per unit effort reflect the estimate of number of fish. So we make the assertion that weight per unit effort is proportional to density, and therefore our estimate of the total number of fish or biomass of fish in a given area is then a function of the area and the density.
Okay, who else would like to speak? Please come to the mic.
My name is Jim Whitethorn. I'm representing West Brothers Group out of 2C. I just have one question on this migration. What do you think the percentage is of migration from area to area, moving from the west to the east? Do you have a kind of a percentage of how much of these fish are moving, from area to area each year?
We do have some estimates from our pit tagging study, and I guess I would defer to my colleague, Dr. Webster, who's done all the pit tag analysis. I don't remember the specific numbers off the top of my head, but I believe some of them are documented. If you wanted to come up and field that, sure.
Hi, I'm Ray Webster. Yeah, we've done analyses based on pit tagging studies, the pit tagging study, and estimating the migration rates from areas. I'm relying on my memory here, but they vary a lot by area. For example, area 4A, we estimate that approximately 15 to 17% of fish move each year. These are fish that were captured by the study. It's not representative of every single length class. It does vary by length. With smaller fish more likely to move than larger fish, but on average from the fish we captured in the study was 15% to 17% out of 4A, and that was the largest area. 3B was next. It might be more like 12%, 10%, something of that order, and then smaller numbers, smaller proportions out of 3A, 2C. And area 2B, which is sort of the end of the road for our pit tagging study, only around 1 or 2% moving each year out of 2B, mainly into 2C. We did have some estimates from 4D. It was, I think, around in the vicinity of 10% moving out of 4D, mainly into other parts of Area 4, and a few small proportions out into the eastern part of the Gulf. 4B, we don't have very good data, but I think only 8 fish we recovered elsewhere, but we only recovered 16 fish from 4B of the 1,000 we released. But it led to a migration rate overall of 3% out of 4B. So that's the order we're looking at. Those are, in particular, 4A, 3B, those are substantial migration rates that add up year after year. That's a single year's movement. And the result is that you end up with fish moving out of those areas, 4A, 3B, and accumulating in areas like Area 2B, which is a net immigration rate, and some of those other areas have net immigration rates. That answers your question.
So this 99-year class that we kept talking about now for about 10, 11 years that we're expecting to move into the southeastern part, into the B areas, and now you're saying that, apparently, was that overestimated then? That because we haven't seen a lot of that fish, mostly males, a lot of those older males, and all of a sudden we haven't seen that migration come in there. So what happened to those? Was that overestimated then on the biomass there? You know, in the B area, mainly in the 3D, I think it was.
Well, let's see. So there was a small reduction in the magnitude of the recruitments that were coming in around 2005, which would have been, I think, the 99-year class that you were speaking of. So those fish are estimated, those recruitments are estimated to be somewhat smaller in this year's stock assessment model, but still above average. I'm not sure exactly where we would expect those fish to be exactly, because I'm not sure that we have a good estimate of where they started from. We generally assume that recruitment events are occurring primarily in the Bering Sea and in 3B, perhaps 4A, but we don't have right now a good index of incoming recruitment strength, either spatial or of magnitude. And that's one of the things we could really benefit from, because an important factor in the stock assessment is that we have these fish that are born and they can go 6 or 8 or even 10 years before we really get a good observation on them. So we're speculating about year classes that have been out there for a long time now, but because we only have trawl data in some areas and because we don't see them in the survey and the fishery until they're 6 or 8 or even 10 years old, we really have a very large time lag in our ability to estimate the strength of those incoming year classes. And that's something that I hope we can make some better use of some of the data that are available on that front.
And he also said that those were mostly under 32, under harvestable fish that are doing the majority of this moving, right? We don't think that a whole lot of these fish are moving once they hit 32 and find their home, their spawning area again. We don't see much movement. You don't see much movement back the other way. You only see it.
Well, I'll see if Ray cringes when I try and paraphrase the result of the pit tagging, but I think that the general consensus is that fish tend to move more when they're smaller, and that movement rates are reduced as the fish get older and larger, but that there is still some migration of older fish. Yeah.
Can I just talk a little bit, Jim, before you go on the question about the 99 being overestimated? It wasn't just 99 that was overestimated in the historical. The problems we had last year was a whole series of recruitments that were overestimated in that. So, and that's the ones that we were looking at and saying they should be coming, and as Ian said, they never showed up because they were overestimated.
Thank you.
Yeah, John Youngblood, I'm a quota holder. The slow growth rate, how long has that been?
That's an excellent question, and it's something that we're addressing with a fairly large research project, which I think you'll hear about tomorrow in more detail. But the gist of it is we've seen big trends in size at age for halibut as far back as we have records. We have evidence from the 1920s that the fish were quite small for their age, and then they seem to have been much, much larger for their age during the middle part of the century and even through the 80s and up to about 1990s. And then in recent years, we've seen a big decline again in size at age.
Years, are you talking about 10 years? Are you talking about 15 years that you've seen this?
We've seen a decline for more than 15 years now of size at age.
So basically, this is just a catch-up for all those years that was ignored, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, the retrospective pattern is not just a function of the trends in size at age. And in fact, we've been tracking the trends in size at age quite well in the stock assessment. We collect those data and we analyze them every year, and so every year the realized size at age that we've actually seen in that year's data is included in the stock assessment. One thing we haven't been doing is including that information in the forecasting. So the forecasts have been conducted as if we've seen a trend, but it's not going to continue into the future. So in previous stock assessments, the projection of catch was based on seeing the same size at age fish that we saw last year. And in fact, that doesn't seem to have been a great assumption because we've seen a continued decline. So this year, we're actually using the trend that we've seen over the last few years to project out either 1, 2, or 3 years into the future. So that's where it's actually been changed. But in fact, the stock assessment did include the information, is able to capture the trends that we've seen over this time series and include those in the results. Unfortunately, we don't know why that's occurring, and that's why we're spinning up a big research program to try and understand why those trends in size at age are occurring.
How old are they when they reproduce? 12 or 14, did you say?
They're 50% mature between 11 and 12 years old. So there's a few younger fish and a few older fish that are either immature or mature, but right around 11 to 12 years old.
Growth rate. I mean, are you assuming that 32 inches they start reproducing? Is that what you're assuming?
Interestingly, and not really typically for most fish species, all the evidence that we have suggests that the age at maturity has stayed very stable over these big changes in size at age. It's not what we've seen for a lot of other fish species. For many fish species, when the size at age changes, the maturity at age changes as well. But for halibut, the evidence that we have suggests that they're still maturing at about the same age. They're just doing it at a much smaller size.
Now, do you guys ever do any reproductive surveys during that time of the year, in January and February, where you can actually assess fish at a certain size, whether, even though it's small, it's reproducing? We've seen that in cod. We've seen it in pollock. We've seen smaller fish reproduce. And a lot of your numbers are based on the reproductive biomass. And is that a constant? Or could there be, in the future, a retrospective bias that you didn't account for in that?
Well, you raise a good point that the reference points are with regard to biomass, and that biomass is very sensitive to the trends in size at age. So even though we do estimate that an 11 or 12-year-old fish has a 50% chance of being mature, the amount of biomass that fish represents is, in some cases, close to half what it used to be. So the contribution for a given number of female halibut moving in through the spawning biomass, the contribution is far less to the spawning biomass than it used to be. I guess I would defer to someone else on the staff about the status of our sampling of maturity at the moment.
John, that's a good question. And we do the assessment of maturity of fish during our summer surveys. Ideally, you want to do it when the gonads are fully functional, so you should be doing it in February, but we don't have surveys out there in February, and this is the case for most agencies. You do it when you can put the vessels out there to do that. Having said that, the biggest issue in maturity assessment in halibut is assessing maturity at the very first time it matures. So getting that differentiation between an immature fish and a fish that's just been resting who's already matured once before is one of the sensitive points on that. So we are doing some histology work to look at sort of the macroscopic examination of maturity compared with the microscopic examination to try to validate that. But to be fair, we're doing the assessment at the summertime, not during the wintertime.
Well, that's the whole point of this, though, is that, I mean, it's all based on the reproductive biomass. And I read an article, paper you guys did last year on there might be skip years on some fish, but they were saying because of when the surveys are done and the size of the gonads and all of that, that it's very difficult to tell whether a year, certain fish skip a year or not. And it just, I don't know, I'm just a fisherman, but it would seem like you have a survey done during the time that the fish are reproducing. You're doing it on the deep edge. When they're congregated a little bit more, you don't have to do near the amount. You could gain a lot of knowledge that way, and you're guessing on something, doing it in the summer. And I'm just wondering if, 10 years down the road, we're looking at another model. I fished cod for 15 years, and models. I have my doubts because we had a quota of 175,000. We were up to 200,000 metric ton. They dropped it to 175. Then they dropped it to 146. And then their 2-year estimate on the model, it needed to drop to 116. Well, the council just said, no, we're just going to leave it at 146. And we all know what the situation with cod is now, quite a bit. And I'm not saying that all science should be thrown out the window, but there could be a lot of retrospective biases going on. I mean, has mortality rates been done on excluder panels on trawls? Excluder panels on trawls allow the big halibut to escape. But I trawled for 10 years. You have this upwelling effect. Fish are being stressed. When they get so tired, they fall back to the intermediate. Then they go outside. Are the gill plates full of sand? What is there? Even though they're getting away and we don't know that, what's going on. But like up in the Bering Sea, since Amendment 80 happened, seen a big trend where they're fishing arrowtooth and 160 to 180 fathoms, right where the halibut like to lay. If they're going up through those excluder panels, and I mean we see kind of a leveling up, we're not seeing those fish. I'm just saying, there could be a bias there also. People assume certain things.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm conscious of time. We only have so much time, so maybe we could have a brief answer to that last question, and then we could see a couple other questions before we need to move on. Thanks.
I think you may raise an important general point, which is that the quality of the stock assessment is only as good as the data going into it. And if we're making an incorrect assumption about the maturity schedule or sources of unaccounted for mortality, that could definitely create a bias in the result. To the best of our knowledge, we're not doing that right now. However, it is important to collect that information. If, in fact, halibut skip spawn and not every female spawns every year, that would mean that we're overestimating the amount of spawning biomass out there. Now, the harvest policy was developed based on the same assumption. So in that regard, it may be somewhat robust to that if in fact it hasn't changed. Now, if the changes in size and age have led to a case where there's more skip spawning than there used to be, then that could have created a bias in the stock assessment. It's something we need to know about. I would definitely support research on that front. With regard to unaccounted for mortality, the same thing could be said. That would be productivity that we would estimate is not there in the stock because we would never see those fish. And so accounting for total mortality from all sources is very important for these stock assessments, for these models to get a good answer. If we put garbage in, we're going to get garbage out. So I think that's a very important point, that we need to know the removals as well as possible, as accurately as possible.
Thanks, Ian. I had a couple of questions here from my commissioner colleagues. Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. I'm going to change the topic a bit because I think we'll have a lot of opportunity to talk about the decision table and all its parameters. Steve, I had a question for yourself in your presentation that you were talking about the management strategy evaluation. And I think you had a figure in there that talked about a 2-year timeline that you'd laid out some tasks that would get completed over those 2 years. And you also talked about the management strategy advisory board that was going to play a key part in that whole role. So I guess my question is twofold. One is, like, my experience is that 2 years might be a bit of an optimistic time frame. But my question in particular is, like, you talked about the importance of the advisory board. And I'm just wondering if you had some thoughts on what sort of time commitment that would be for the people that, because we're going to be asking for nominations on that advisory board. So do you have any thoughts on what sort of time frame commitment that we're asking people that will be participating in that? Because I think I totally agree with you. It is a very key group of people that will be inputting into the work that will be done.
Is this on? Great questions. Thank you. With regards to the 2-year timeline, it's actually an infinite timeline. What I see happening in any sort of management strategy evaluation, and the folks who've gone through this in the International Whaling Commission in South Africa and the various fisheries, it's a sort of iterative process. And there's a few scary things about management strategy evaluation in that there's kind of an autopilot button where, okay, let's do all the work. We come up with a management procedure, and then the new data comes in. We rerun the stock assessment models, and the decision tables are produced, and it sort of has this autopilot button. But as we've seen here in the last few years, once in a while things start to go awry in one area or another area, so we have to go back and re-ask the questions. Do we need to revise our management procedures, or what were we missing in our original definitions of our fisheries objectives, and how do we address those things? So the time horizon is really an infinite time horizon. It's sort of a personal goal on my level to sort of get things up and running. Whether or not it happens in 2 or 3 years will be really a function of the time constraints and how much time is available from the management strategy advisory board. What I envision in terms of time commitments from the members who sit on the MSAB is, first and foremost, it's a very important process because they really are shaping the future of harvest policy for the halibut fishery and defining the underlying fisheries objectives for this fishery. So the time commitments are going to be to initially quite long because there's a lot of learning that goes along, but I envision at least one big annual meeting, probably around the time that the Research Advisory Board meets, in which we can put together the heads of a diverse group of people and provide inputs to the Commission staff to develop alternative harvest policies. This may take 2 or 3 months or a quarter of a year, half a year to flesh out those ideas. Then we would have to call upon another either interim meeting or quarterly meeting with a webinar type thing where we present the results and say, okay, this works, this doesn't work. We might come up with 50 or 60 different candidate management procedures. We might want to have 4 different size limit policies. And the first thing you want to lay out when you're doing those things is which one of these policies don't satisfy any of our fisheries objectives. So if they don't satisfy any of the objectives in the fishery, we could immediately rule out those policies. I know, for example, when they did this with the BC sablefish fishery, they literally had hundreds and hundreds of management procedures that they wanted to put through their system, and they did. And in the end of it, about 10% of them actually met the minimum objectives for the fishery in terms of maintenance of spawning stock biomass. So most of those policies got thrown out. So there's a real learning process, not only for the Commission staff, but also the members of the IPHC. But with regards to the time commitment, I really don't have a whole lot of experience, to be honest with you, in what it's going to be, but it's going to be significant initially. And then I think as new people recruit and old people retire from the MSAB, their individual time commitments are certainly going to be more than someone who sat on the board for 3 or 4 years as well. I don't know if that answers your question, but a couple weeks in Aruba.
Thanks, Steve. I'm going to ask Dave and then the 2 speakers, or the 2 people lined up at the mic, and we'll close it off at that because Bruce has to make another presentation. I'll ask the 3 questions to be made briefly and in a row, and then they can be answered together by Steve or Ian or whoever. Go ahead, Dave.
I'm looking at figure 52 on page 102 of the Blue Book, and noting that we see a downward trend in recruitment between 1989 and 1993, I think, and then a similar trend that occurred with the latest data that we have, 2001 through 2005, I think, something like that. And I'm wondering, and I don't know who could address this, but is there anything in terms of oceanic productivity cycles, so on, that might be parallel in those 2 time series, or need we be looking for something totally different to explain the 5-year downward trend in recruitment that we see after 2000?
Okay, so that's question 1, please. Second question.
My name is Henry Mitchell. I work for Coastal Villages.
You could speak into the mic, please.
Pardon?
Speak more into the mic.
My name is Henry Mitchell. This is Howard Amos from Nunivak Island. Coastal Villages is the CDQ group in the area that is assisting the fishermen there to not only participate in the fishery, but also to process their fish. Howard is a 60-year resident of the area, has extensive knowledge of what's been happening in the last 50 years. Before there was a commercial fishery established there, which I basically was involved in the early 90s, through the, in the 80s through the efforts of Bering Sea Fishermen's Association. He has seen, the absolute increase in the halibut resource in that area, and I would like him to tell you what his observations are. Because people are very concerned that they're going to be basically shortchanged for years when they know
that the halibut resource has increased dramatically in that area of 4E.
Koyan Henry. My name is Howard Amos. I'm a resident of Nunavak Island, a tiny community of Macquarie, about 200 people. And I participate in the Area 40 fishery ever since there was a market available. I started fishing there. When we first started, we're a community that doesn't have a very good infrastructure. The last unemployment rate that I've observed was like about in 18 to 24%. So our economic situation in that region out there is we're in a desperate situation. What has happened in the past 10, 15 years is that the fishermen from the region that includes Nelson Island, there's a community called Tununuk, Tuksuk Bay, Nutak, Chafornik, Kipnuk, have been doing some extensive searching for halibut in that area. And our fishery officially opens up on June 1. And from June 1 until about the latter part of June, we're hardly seeing any fish. And when the fish do really come in, we're looking at first couple of weeks of July until sometimes in August. And what we're seeing is that the fishers that are fishing close to the island, right real close to the beach, are catching tiny fish, but we are in possibly in legal limits of 32 inches. But when we are going further out, let's say 5, 6, 10 miles out, we're starting to catch some pretty good sized fish. We're looking at between 30, 40, 60 pound. We do catch some 100 pounds once in a while. But I think there needs to be some scientific study going on in that area, because we're probably looking at, we don't know, and just an assumption of what might be out there. So if there was, last couple of years, our quota in area 40 was only a little over 200,000 pounds. And the fishermen out there are getting better equipped through our CDQ program. And for the first time, we had Coast Guard people going out there this coming fall to certify our boats. So we're fortunate in that area so far. But I'm glad that I'm able to say something about a region that's probably mostly unknown, even by the scientists. If there were somebody out there, doing tagging or whatever, doing studies out there, we'll have a better picture of the region around Nunavak Island, because we're starting to catch some fish out there, and we would like to see a little bit some increase in our halibut quota. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before I turn it over to answer, Ralph and Philip have been patiently on the phone. The two U.S. commissioners who are not physically here. I just wanted to see if either of them had a question. Do either of you want to ask anything? Oh, Philip's got one that he sent in by webinar. Good for Philip. Okay, why don't you read it out to Steve?
Yeah, I can read it. On slide 25, this is survey WPUE area 4 CDE. WPUEs are fairly flat across the shown period. Why then are recent catch limits more drastically reduced in comparison?
All right, so Ian, can you, if you wrote all those questions and comments down, you ready to respond to that?
Sure. That was only 3. You made me go 8 at the interim meeting. I'll start with, I guess I'll start with Commissioner Boyd's question first, and perhaps Dr. Martel will want to follow up as well. The the question about ocean productivity and how recruitment strength could be a function of environment is very important and very relevant for halibut. The historical work done by Bill Clark and Stephen Hare suggests that there's actually a very strong coupling of recruitment strength with the Pacific Decadal Oscillation over a period of 15 to 25 years in the North Pacific. And because the current stock assessment model is focused on this most recent period, it's been several years since we've gone back and really looked at that relationship over the whole period of time. And one of the things that Steve and I have been talking about and is high on our research priority list is to go back and reconstruct more of that time period and get a better understanding of how those historical recruitment patterns do or don't correspond to what we're seeing in the most recent years. I think it's an excellent avenue to pursue, and it's going to have direct implication on a harvest policy as well. So I'll leave it open for Steve in case he wants to make any comment on that. I'll also address the other two questions. With regard to abundance changes in 4E, if there are big changes occurring in a northern area that we don't have active survey operations in, that is something that we need to know about and could potentially be important. Slide 25, I guess Philip's question was, if we're seeing a relatively stable trend in this slide here in 4CDE, how could the apportioned quota be going down in those areas? And I'll leave most of the answer to that question to Bruce's talk, which is coming up next. But just to point out that the fishery CEY is a function of the other removals and the apportionment based on the survey index, both. So both of those things are contributing to the change in the fishery CEY at the blue line for this year. I think that will become more clear when we get through Bruce's talk here shortly.
Okay, thanks, Bruce. Why don't we ask you to make your presentation, and then we'll come back to the very first question that was asked earlier this afternoon.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ian has presented to you the basic material which is inside the decision table, and what we wanted to do now was to bring back a little bit more information in terms of the actual implications for suggested catch limits for these. So we envisioned more or less a three-stage process for coming up with catch limits for the fishery this year. The first stage was going through the stock assessment process. The second stage is choosing an effective coast-wide harvest rate. And the third stage is the adoption of the individual regulatory area catch limits. Ian's been through the first part in some detail. He then introduced choosing the road from the decision table. Here we have stock reference points that are defined at the coast-wide level. Probably one of the things that the staff would like to have more than anything else if we were to do something very spatial is to see if there's in fact reference points at the individual area level. We think that's unlikely simply because of the movement of the fish and the fact that you have large spatial contributions to reproduction that spread over large areas. So having individual reference points for each specific area are probably not a reasonable expectation, but that's one of the things we'll be looking at. So the stock management is, of course, implemented through regulatory area catch limits. What we're looking for is trying to have the fish experience the harvest policy no matter where it's being fished. So one of the things that we're suggesting in this is that if the Commission wishes to adhere to a particular harvest policy, then it should choose an estimated coast-wide harvest rate that's going to match that harvest policy. Alternatively, we'll look at this at the other end of this talk about how you might deal with it if you don't choose that way. So for 2013, the alternative that's expressing simply the current harvest policy, this is not to be interpreted as a recommendation, but just looking at the current harvest policy is the blue line out of the decision table that Ian was talking about earlier. We go through the process of apportionment as we have before. For alternative levels of coast-wide harvest, the TCEY is adjusted based on the relative change from the blue line. So some things will scale on that, like wastage. So if the commercial fishery changes, then the estimated wastage would change. In some areas like Area 2A and 2B, where you have catch sharing plans, the sport fishery would also scale in those areas. In other areas, the sport fishery would not scale. So the alternative levels that Ian was referring to here are largely based on about 5 to 10 million pound increment changes in total removals, with the exception of the row that's contrasting the 2011 stock assessment. So we have several adjustment factors, which when we first introduced apportionment, we didn't have the adjustment factors, and the staff was criticized for saying, well, we're assuming that catchability is the same across the stock, and that was a very valid criticism. So we responded to that by trying to find out what we had in the data that would allow us to actually estimate what changes in catchability might be across areas. And we looked at this both in terms of hook competition and fishery timing, and then we also looked at a temporal smoothing of the data to try to make this a little bit more stable. So the first of these is looking at hook competition across areas. And this is just a plot of the percent of hooks returned with bait across areas over time. And you can see this is highly variable. And that is probably a reasonable expectation when you're having a dynamic process with fish feeding in various areas and whether or not they're going to be biting the hook. So that translates into then coming up with a hook competition adjustment factor across areas. And so the dotted line you see across here is the coastwide average. And so those areas where they're below the line would have an adjustment upwards, and the areas where we have an adjustment above the line would be adjusted downwards. So this is the way we're trying to adjust for catchability differences across areas. And you see, for example, in this year, in areas 2C, 3A, 3B, and 4A, there's a positive adjustment to the hook competition factor for doing the apportionment. In other areas, we have things below the line, but they've been below the line for several years. The other factor is survey timing. We don't do the survey relative to when the removals are made in the fishery. So in some areas, the fishery removals happen before the survey. In some areas, they happen after the survey. So what we try to correct for is what the biomass would be like if it was the midpoint of the survey. This is really only operating in two areas, that being in Area 2A, where most of the removals are happening before the fishery, that's on the left-hand side of the plot, and Area 4C, D, and E, where most of the removals are happening after the survey. So we put that into the mix in here, and you can see that in general, Area 2A gets a positive bump, and Area 4C, D, and E gets a negative bump on that. If we look at putting all these things together, comparing it with the raw data, the dotted red line is the raw data. The green line is the adjusted WPUE with both survey timing and hook competition for it, and then the solid black line is the adjusted with the smoothing for a temporal period where we spend most of our emphasis on the most recent data, 75% of it, 20% on the year before that, and 5% on the year before that. So most of the data weighting goes on the most current years as being the best representation of the WPUE for that area. The apportioned exploitable biomass changed this year from last year, and it had changes every year for this, but we did see some very positive results to what we think have been the appropriate management actions in Area 2. I'll use Area 2C for an example. Last year, the apportioned biomass was 10.5% of the coastwide total. This year, it's 12.5%. That's a 20% increase in 1 year, and that responds directly to the changes in catch rates that we've seen within the surveys in each of these areas. The big difference, of course, between 2012 and 2013 is our estimate is much lower this year than it was last year, and the message here is that the previous estimate we believe is incorrect. This is the estimate that we believe is correct, and it's 30% lower than what we had last year. The same number of fish are in the water that was last year. In fact, we see some improvement in some areas, but the estimate is lower. This is just comparing across all our regulatory areas, 2012 to 2013 assessments, and the estimate of stock size is 32% less this year than it was last year. I want to just spend a second or so on this particular slide. We have oftentimes get comments that whatever happens in my area has no benefit to me. It can only happen through the coastwide assessment. And this is an example of showing you where, in fact, individual area differences do make a difference in the total that's coming out of it. So if we look at, for example, in areas 2B and 2C, in the top figure we're seeing some improvement in the exploitable biomass in those areas, and that's directly related to the change in the harvest rates that have been coming down in the last several years in those areas. We see a somewhat flattening of the trend in Area 2B this year, and you can see that the difference between the harvest rate between 2011 and 2012 is somewhat less than had been in the previous years, and we see that as somewhat of a flattening in the biomass in those areas. Area 2C, in contrast, has had a continued reduction, particularly between 2011 and 2012, and you can see that as a fairly significant uptick in the exploitable biomass in those areas. So there is, in fact, a very strong response within an area to changes in the WPUE in those areas. Okay. When we do the apportionment, we end up with a TCEY from which we subtract other removals to come up with the fishery CEY, which applies to, in general, the directed longline fishery, also to sport fisheries in 2A and 2B. The other removals in 2012 were about 14.4 million pounds, composed of bycatch, this is 026 million pounds, 6.34 million pounds, wastage 1.48, and sport 5.38. Personal subsistence 1.2 for a total of 14.4. Notice when we go through scaling in the blue line to going to other lines, as I said, wastage will scale because the commercial fishery will change. So this is, again, looking at the table that Ian had shown you earlier. And what I'd like to do is move forward on this table to show what it actually translates into when we try to bring this into actual catch limits that might be associated with each one of these rows. So this is a table of the regulatory area distribution of total CEY that would result for each one of these alternative levels of effective coastwide harvest rate. So the blue line in the middle was 19.6. That represents the application of the 21.5 harvest rate from Area 2 and 3A and 16.125 in the areas to the westward. So that coastwide average comes out to about 19.6%. That's not going to be stable all the time. It's going to reflect the difference in biomass between each one of these areas. So that's not something you should expect would be absolutely stable over time. Even if you have the same target harvest rates in those areas, it's going to respond to the biomass that's in each one of those areas. But if we look at the other rows, so for example, just going one level above that, at 14.2%, this is the level of TCEY that you'll see for each one of those areas. So we go from, for example, 36.63 is the total CEY down to 26.43 at a harvest rate of 14.2, going the other direction up to 46.3 at a harvest rate of 24.8. Bearing in mind that the harvest rate, according to the current policy applied to the results, would be at 19.6. But these are the choices that are in front of yourselves in the Commission this year. If we look at the distribution of harvest rates by each one of those areas and each one of those rows, this is a table that's on page 120 of your blue book that looks at what the actual harvest rates that will be realized in those areas under each one of these scenarios would look like. So where in the blue line we're looking at 21.5 from 2A through 3A and 16.1 to the westward, these are how the harvest rates would change by each one of those areas at different levels of effective coastwide harvest rate. So as Ian said, we've focused on getting a little more granularity in this table at the request of the commissioners. So we have two additional rows that were on the original table were not there at 35 million pounds of total removals and 45 million pounds of total removals. So what I'd like to show you now is what these numbers would look like when it's translated into other effective harvest rates. So this is looking at 22.7 million pounds. If we bring this forward out of the blue line, what we end up with in looking at the scaled other removals, remember the other removals were 14.4 million pounds last year. When we scale this according to the blue line, the other removals come out to about 13.9 million pounds instead of 14.4. So the fishery CEYs that would result from that kind of harvest rate are shown on the bottom of this table. I'd like to compare this with what you saw in previous years, but again emphasizing here that these other removals will scale in many instances. So this is looking at the 2013 blue line apportioned results at fishery CEY compared with what came out of last year's table 11 of last year's raw. So last year's fishery CEY totaled out to 33.8 million pounds. This year at 22.7 million pounds. So you can make the direct comparison between last year and this year by looking at this table. We also have put another set of alternatives before the Commission in looking at what we're going to do in areas 2C and 3A, where we have guideline harvest levels established by the North Pacific Fishery Management Council for the charter halibut fishery. There are two different ways that this can be presented to you, and this table shows it to you. So in the case of the top table here, what we're doing is using the estimate of last year's removals as part of the other removals. The bottom table, we're using the GHL levels as the estimated other removals for 2013. So you can see in the red box there, these numbers differ from the numbers, comparable numbers on the top side, because we're using the GHLs here rather than last year's estimated totals. The reason that we're presenting this forward to you is that the North Pacific Council has made clear their intent that they would like to manage to the GHL levels in these areas. Last year, they introduced a set of regulations with a reverse slot limit between 45 and 68 inches. And they feel that the harvesters were just getting used to that sort of approach, so they may be more effective at achieving the GHL next year than this year. They have recommended maintaining the same harvest control rules in that area with this reverse slot limit as they had last year, but there's some belief that there may be a more effective achievement of the GHL in that area with more experience by the fishermen. This is looking at the same process with a 35 million pound removal. This is again on pages 121 and 122 of the Blue Book, looking at the fishery CEY associated with 35 million pounds, and then with this without the sport GHLs on the bottom table, and then this is recruiting with the GHLs for the 35 million pound apportionment. At 45 million pounds, there would be some shift in the 3A table as well, so you can see the difference between 3A is different this year than it is with the 35 million pound apportionment because it steps to another level in the GHL. So the third stage in this process is adopting regulatory area catch limits. Now, if the Commission decides, with your advice, to depart from the apportioned FCEY levels from the decision table, they can choose to do either one of two things. We can either then normalize the across regulatory areas to match the effective coastwide harvest rate. So, for example, if the harvest rate was chosen as to be 20% as the target, but the individual area catch limits that were adopted departed from what the individual area catch limits would be under that fixed harvest level. One of the ways to do this is to balance it out across the other areas so that you end up with the same effective coastwide harvest rate. Alternatively, if the Commission chooses to make some individual assessments and individual decisions in regulatory areas, they could ask the staff to then calculate a new row and let you know what the effective coastwide harvest rate would be for those choices that are in there. And both of those options are available to you. Moving past the decision table, the other recommendations from the staff for fishing periods, we're recommending March 15th to November 15th for the quota share fisheries. For Area 2A, commercial and treaty Indian fisheries should fall within whatever the adopted season is. And also in Area 2A, those would be the 10-hour periods for the directed fishery starting on June 26th at 2-week intervals. Staff also recommends that the Commission endorse the Management Council's catch sharing plans for Area 2A and for CDE, as well as endorsing the DFO commercial 85%, sport 15% allocation plan for Area 2B. The North Pacific Fishery Management Council has sent a letter to the Commission that recommends that the Commission extend the current regulation on the reverse slot limit of less than or equal to 45 inches or greater than or equal to 68 inches head-on for the charter halibut fishery in Area 2C in order to stay within the GHL for that area. Similarly, the Council recommends continuing with the current daily bag limit regulation of 2 fish of any size in Area 3A. Additionally, if the fish are filleted, the carcass must be retained on board until all fillets are offloaded. Additional regulatory and catch limits comments, of which there are several, are contained in your Blue Book from pages 205 to 220. That's it, Mr. Chairman. Open for other questions.
Thank you. Bruce, I'm not sure if you recall the first question that was raised earlier from our colleague from the Bering Sea. Do you want him to repeat the question? That helps?
Yes, if you could, please, Jeff.
I think my question earlier was partly addressed, and maybe I misspoke a little bit, and what I was referring to earlier was the fishery CEY and why such a big reduction of fishery CEY of 67.7%, I think it was. But having since gone back and looking at it, the total CEY last year was 4.74 million, and this year I think 3.18 million. So looks like a reduction in the total CEY of about 33%. And again, just wondering what you're seeing that's so significant that would cause such a reduction in I guess, the total CEY in for CD&E.
Yeah. So I might ask Ian to comment on this as well, but essentially two comments on that. One is the lower WPUE in the area. In other words, we had some change in bycatch as well, Ian, I believe, in that area too, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. So
I think the survey WPUE was up by 12% for CD&E.
Yes, but we've had a fairly long-term decline in the commercial WPUE as well. And those that, don't forget also that the survey is on a 3-year average in the column of filtering there. With most of it is paying attention to the most recent year, but there's still 20% last year and 5% for the year before that. So there is some inertia to that WPUE.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Jim?
Bruce, on your last slide, except not the totemic halibut, but just before that. So the title of that says proposed changes. So as the first bullet, is there any change contained in that?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. No, there is no change.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Jerry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jerry Christensen from Sport Fishing Advisory Board in Canada. Bruce, I continue to be intrigued by the staff's desire to recommend a catch sharing plan for Canada. And I noticed that while the Blue Book says the Commission doesn't make allocated decisions, staff recommends that the catch sharing plan of 85-15 in Canada be endorsed. And my question is, under what circumstances would the staff recommend that the catch sharing plan established by the Government of Canada not be endorsed?
Mr. Chairman, Jerry, that's a reasonable question. I think it needs to be understood in the context that the reason that the staff is recommending the Commission do this is that in order for DFO to exercise its apportionment plan, the Commission must deliver to them a combined catch limit for sport and commercial fisheries. So it is in that context that the staff is recommending that that plan be endorsed.
Well, I would be though interested in a substantive answer at some point, because it does strike me that this approach invites the staff into an area which is very uncomfortable. And I would simply point out that last year, that's what happened. The staff recommended a catch sharing plan for Canada, which was then not endorsed by the Minister of Fisheries Notions, who decided that that wasn't the right amount, and so with the right proportions. And so it just seems to me that I don't understand what this adds to this process. It seems to me it invites a situation where domestic allocation is inevitably drawn into the process, and frankly, I don't think that's helpful for anybody.
I think it needs to be understood, as I said, Jerry, that we're not recommending any particular numbers in there. We're simply, from a mechanistic process, having to say the Commission needs to endorse this so that we can deliver a combined catch limit for the purposes of allocation by the Government of Canada. Sorry? Yeah, exactly. What those numbers are is up to the Government of Canada. We're not trying to recommend what the numbers should be. We're simply endorsing the process.
Well, I think that's a more helpful approach. Frankly, I would suggest that in future years it be phrased that way, because I think it did, quite frankly, cause a problem within the conference board last year, a division which wasn't really necessary, some back and forth, because it was inviting a domestic discussion, which I think was unnecessary. Was it phrased in terms of supporting the allocation policy placed by the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans in Canada.
It was. It is the same as this. We're endorsing the DFO commercial allocation plan.
Except that when you include specific numbers in it, you preclude, in effect, as was the hope last year by some interests, that the staff's recommendation would in fact preclude the minister or dissuade the minister from making a decision which he has a statutory right to make.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. And this statement could easily simply say endorse the allocation plan. And there, I think the reason we put the numbers in here because there had been a change from the previous one. But it's perfectly reasonable for us to say endorse the allocation plan for that in the same way we're saying for the previous line endorse the Management Council's allocation plan. So, fair enough.
Thanks. I mean, we all have temptations to try to influence the domestic policies of others, but I think the easiest way is really to use language like take into account whatever domestic allocation decision is made without necessarily having a number, but some way that doesn't allow for any confusion might be an easy answer out of that, Bruce. We have time for one or two more questions, please.
Bruce, could you bring up slide 17 real quick? 17. One more.
There we are.
I think one of the questions you asked for comment on is on the blue line. Should the effective coastwide harvest rate, which the Commission says is 20%, be the governing rule, or should the individual area apportionments of 21 or 16.1 be the governing rule? And on one hand, if all the biomass is on the eastern side of the Gulf, you could have a coastwide harvest rate of 21, theoretically. On the other hand, if all the biomass is in the western half, you could have a coastwide harvest rate as low as 16, theoretically. And my preference is to let the individual areas sum up to whatever they would, because I think that recognizes some of the differences amongst the areas, and the fact that the 20% rate, walleye has in the past need to be adjusted to take into account the relative productivity of the different areas. So that would be my initial preference, but my concern is your first slide said that you're going to be looking at perhaps individual area reference levels, and you didn't think you could get that far down it.
Yeah.
So I guess I like the idea of trying to break up these harvest rates by the areas and see how the areas are responding to that as kind of a direction to move, but I was trying to get some understanding from you on whether or not we'll be able to move that far down the road towards that, or whether you think the 20% coastwide will be the governing rate.
That's a good question, and I might invite actually Steve to talk about this a little bit too. I think the issue that we're struggling with on staff is whether or not it's reasonable to think that we can get individual regulatory area reference points. And I don't think we can, Dan, but I'd invite Steve to come up and comment on that as well. Yeah.
The short answer to the question is if we have specific objectives for these fisheries defined, i.e. we want to maintain the same harvest rates in all areas and how the catch falls out, we can try and work to that regard, or do we decide to try and maximize the total yield from this fishery and wherever we should take the appropriate catches? So it really depends on how we define what the harvest objectives are. I would assume that without trying to impinge on any sort of conservation metrics that we would normally have in a fishery, our objectives are probably going to be somewhere in the realm of trying to maximize the yield we can take from each of these areas. The differences in harvest rates we see by areas, there's several factors that you'll hear tomorrow morning that go into these. Mainly, how do fish growth differ in these areas? If they're growing faster in the southern areas, then you could potentially harvest them at higher rates relative to areas where they're growing slower. If they're more productive in other areas, again, you'd have different harvest rates, or more importantly, if there's net migration into areas and out of areas, you would have to have differential harvest rates to achieve what are those objectives. The key point is we need to define the harvest objectives a priori before we can optimize any decision.
Would a reasonable option be to then, sounds like we're going to have management objectives defined as part of the MSC in a couple of years. So would one possible option be to let the current individual area rates be the governing rule for the next couple of years until you actually answer some of those management objective questions?
I wouldn't want to risk a real fishery at trying to evaluate those things, but those are exactly the kinds of games we intend to play using this management strategy evaluation toolbox. Is let's do this on a computer and see what works, but more importantly, don't let me do it on a computer because I'm an idiot. Let the folks who are actually involved in the fishery and the decision-making process contribute to that process.
I think that really endorses as well, Dan, the need to have people come forward and work on the MSAB that have a real understanding of what objectives might be reasonable for individual areas as well as coastwide.
Okay, one more question, Blake, and then we have actually Philip has one question online, but Blake first.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm Blake Tipton from SM Products in Latner, and I'm also president of the Halibut Association in North America. And Bruce, I'm not going to ask you what I asked last year because you know what the answer to that will be. But I do have one question, which I kind of find page 54 of the Blue Book is a little bit ambiguous. Correct me if I'm wrong. But it states that we're harvesting 26.7% as our harvest rate, and I'm assuming based on your retrospective model that was done in November. But in actual reality, the last 5 years at least, we've never taken 100% of the GAC out of the water, nor have we've had for the last 5 years a 16.125 and a 21.5 harvest rate. So my thinking is this, that you tell us what the quota should be or what the quota's passed, we leave fish in the water. How can we be over harvesting?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ian, on this, that simply represents the catch over top the estimated exploitable biomass, right? Yeah. So
on the retrospective model in November, right?
No, this is that's the corrected eBio as we retrospectively estimate it.
Electronic fish out of it.
After you've taken the electronic fish out, right?
Okay, yeah. Which is fine. So in actual reality, the last 5 or 10 years, based on the harvest rates that we've had, we are not over harvesting in this fishery.
It's above the target, yes. Because you're at 20.
We're still leaving fish in the water. It's above the target only because the quota that we've had for the last 5 to 10 years has been higher than it should be based on the retrospective.
Correct. Correct. That's correct.
Okay, so I'm right then in thinking with the information that we've had in the last 5 to 10 years on what the quota should be based on the harvest rates that we had of 16.1 and 21.5, based on those numbers, we have not been over harvesting.
I don't think that's correct because those numbers were based on an estimated biomass that's higher than it was.
That's what I'm saying, okay, that I understand. But the harvest rates that we had, leaving fish in the water, just because the exploitable biomass was incorrect, or the estimation of that, we have not been over harvesting based on the numbers that we've been given at these meetings for the last 5 or 10 years.
Oh.
But when you take the retrospective model into consideration where we lost 60 to 90 million fish, yes, we've been over harvesting, but in actual reality, we have not.
Well, actually, we have been somewhat over harvesting because the staff's advice as to what the harvest level would be at a particular harvest rate has not necessarily always been followed. So there has been some degree of over harvesting because they've been above what the target harvest rate would have been at a straight application of the harvest rate.
Okay, thank you.
It's okay.
By the way, Bruce, is this the bottom?
You said you weren't going to ask that, Blake.
Okay, Steve, can you just repeat Philip's question?
Right. The question from Philip Lustenkoff is about for CDE, WPUEs are fairly flat across the shown period. Why then are the recent catch limits being more drastically reduced in comparison?
There's a couple of reasons. One, as I mentioned earlier, that we do have some inertia in the WPUE application to these things. We have had some change in bycatch in CDE, which is also part of the fact that the numbers are lower for here. I've got that on the table here. Sorry. We have, we're looking at other removals on the blue line at 2.33, but we had 2.25 million pounds of bycatch alone, and there was 2.36 was the numbers last year. But 2.25 is higher than the previous year, Ian, right? Yeah. Ah, that's right. The other point Ian just nodded to me on this was the hook adjustment was also applied this year as well. It's different than it was last year. But the fundamental big change there is a change in the total CEY.
Proposed. Alternative. One.
Yes.
Option for a change. Okay, thank you. We're over our time. I want to thank you all for your patience. Just a reminder that there is both Canada and United States separate delegation meetings tonight at 6:30, scheduled for 2 hours, should you wish them to go that long. We will be reconvening. The staff here has been very enthusiastic in deciding we should start early. So we are reconvening in public session in this room, as we are now, at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, at which time we will be able to hear research on size at age. Some people have been raising that question. On harvest rates, the 2012 beta experiment, and also the performance review recommendations and the follow-up to those. So that will be the agenda for tomorrow morning's meeting starting at 8 o'clock sharp. See you then. Cheers.